I'm assuming.
Good evening. I would like to announce that a quorum is present. This meeting has been duly called and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Our first order of business is to canvass the results of the election for May 10th, 2014 Board of Trustees. So we're going to go over the results that we have and then we will read the declaration. For place 6, we had a total of 4,094 votes, with each of the candidates for said place 6 receiving the following votes, to wit: Mary Smith, 738, combined total was 738. Christy Hassett, 1,979, combined total 1,979. And Krista Stone, 1,377, with the combined total of 1,377 votes. Total for this place 6, 4,094 votes, and the combined total was 4,094 votes. For place 7, a total of 4,250 votes, with each of the candidates for said place 7 receiving the following: Carol Kyer, 1,822 votes, with a combined total of 1,822. Tracy Scott Miller, 2,428, with a combined total of 2,428, and total votes for place 7 was 4,250. So I need a motion for the canvassing of our votes. I have Ms. Latham and a second. Ms. Sheffield, and we're going to have Ms. Sheffield read the declaration.
On this, the 19th day of May 2014, the Board of Trustees of the Lewisville Independent School District convened in regular session with the following members present, to wit: Angie Cox, member; Kathy Duke, vice president; Brenda Latham, member; Tricia Sheffield, secretary; Chris Vaughn, member. And all said members were present and constituting a quorum, and among other proceedings had by said Board of Trustees were the following. There came on to be heard the returns of the trustee election held on the 10th day of May 2014 for the purpose of electing 2 members to the Board of Trustees, one for place 6 and one for place 7. And said returns of the trustee election having been duly canvassed by the Board of Trustees and there being cast at said election the following votes. For place 6, a total of 4,094 votes, with each of the candidates for said place 6 receiving the following votes, to wit: Mary Smith, votes cast in Denton County were 738, 0 votes cast in Tarrant County with a combined total of 738 votes. Christy Hassett, votes cast in Denton County for 1,979, 0 votes cast in Tarrant County for a combined total of 1,979. Excuse me. Krista Stone, votes cast in Denton County 1,377, votes cast in Tarrant County 0, for a combined total of 1,377. The total votes cast in Denton County were 4,094. There were 0 votes cast in Tarrant County for a combined total of 4,094. For place 7, a total of 4,250 votes, with each of the candidates for said place 7 receiving the following votes, to wit: Carol Kyer had 1,822 votes cast in Denton County, 0 votes cast in Tarrant County for a combined total of 1,822. Tracy Scott Miller had 2,428 votes cast in Denton County, 0 votes cast in Tarrant County for a combined total of 2,428. Total votes cast in Denton County were 4,250. There were 0 votes cast in Tarrant County for a combined total of 4,250 votes. Order declaring results, And it appearing to the Board of Trustees and the said board, so finding that Christy Hassett received the highest number of votes cast for place 6, and that Tracy Scott Miller received the highest number of votes cast for place 7. It is therefore found and declared and so ordered by the Board of Trustees of the Lewisville Independent School District that the above trustee election was duly called, that notice of said election was duly posted, and that said election was held in accordance with law, and that at said election Christy Hassett and Tracy Scott Miller were elected to said Board of Trustees subject to taking the oath of office. It is further found and determined that written notice of the date, place, and subject of this meeting was posted on the bulletin board used for posting notices of the meetings of the Board of Trustees in a place convenient and readily accessible to the general public, and said notice, having been so posted, remained posted for the time required by law to precede the scheduled time of said meeting. The above order being read, it was moved and seconded that same do pass. Thereupon, the question being called for, with all members of said board shown present, above voting aye, except as noted below.
Very nice. Okay, I have a motion and a second, and I didn't read this paragraph, so I better read it. Do I need to? Probably should. Based on the unofficial, because we have to get that word in, on the unofficial results from Denton County and the official results from Tarrant County, we move, well, actually, Brenda, you should read that, since you made the motion. I'm sorry, I messed up. It's my 5 minutes here.
Based on the unofficial results from Denton County and official results from Tarrant County, I move the board adopt the order declaring the results of the election, electing Chrissy Hassett to place 6 and Tracy Scott Miller to place 7, subject to taking the oath of office.
Okay, thanks. So we have a motion and a second. And
Clarify that Trish said.
that Tricia Sheffield seconded, yes. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion unanimous. Welcome to our 2 new Board of Trustees. Let me introduce place 6, Ms. Christy Hassett. Christy, do you want to introduce your family? Welcome. And welcome Mr. Tracy Scott Miller for place 7. Would you like to introduce your family? Very nice. If you guys would come forward, you're going to take your oath of office. Okay, we want to take a moment to take pictures. Y'all don't go anywhere,
Yeah,
because
where you
now you're up
going?
here. You're not down there anymore. But we'd like to take a moment to take pictures if you want to take a picture with your family. And then let's all, the whole board, get together and take our first picture together. A minute. Okay, our next item of business, we're going to reorganize the Board of Trustees and elect officers. So we are going to convene into short closed session. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 082. The time is now 6:18. Okay, at 6:29, we will now reconvene into open session. We're going to consider the items of reorganization for the Board of Trustees. I need to consider nominations for president.
Kathy.
Chris, Ms. Vaughn.
I'd like to nominate Tricia Sheffield for president.
Okay, I have a nomination for Tricia Sheffield. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Cox for second. Any other nominations for president? We have to vote on that one first. Thank you. We've done it two different ways.
No.
I thought we take all the nominations and then we vote. That's how we did it last year.
And then depends on the vote.
Okay. Do I have any other nominations for president?
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, sir.
I think you should.
Yes, sir. Okay, I have a motion, Ms. Vaughn, and a second, Ms. Cox, for Tricia Sheffield for president. All in favor? All in favor? Opposed? Ms. Latham, oh, she's gone. Okay, I'll write it down. Okay. So motion passes. Ms. Sheffield is now our president. Now I need to consider nomination for vice president. Ms. Cox?
I'd like to make a motion for Miss Kathy Duke for vice president.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Ms. Sheffield, second. All in favor? That is unanimous. I consider nomination for secretary. I'll make a motion for Ms. Vaughn for secretary. Do I have a second? Ms. Latham is a second. All in favor? That is unanimous. Okay, now I'm going to read again. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 082. The time is now 6:31.
Okay, are y'all? We will now reconvene into open session. The time is now 7:19. And if you would please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. All right, we now need a motion to recommend personnel recommendations that were made in closed session.
Ms. Sheffield, I just forgot my notes, sorry.
I move that all personnel recommendations be approved as presented by administration.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Second, Ms. Cox. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed say nay. Okay, that's unanimous. I need a motion to approve the principal at Camey Elementary School.
I move that Julie Nelson be approved as the principal at Camey Elementary School as recommended by the Personnel Selection Committee and Administration.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Do we have a second? Second. Who was that? Ms. Latham? All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed? All right, that carries. Is Ms. Nelson here with us? If you could come up.
Ask her if she's got family
Yeah.
here.
Do you have family here? No, okay. Well,
If the rest of them would like to join her up here, we could.
would your fan club like to join you up here for a picture? Okay. Congratulations, Ms. Nelson. All right, now we will move on to awards, recognitions, and presentations. So, Dr. Rogers?
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield. Many know about a young man in our community, actually lives out in the colony, called Brian Bravo, whose family suffered a terrible tragedy several years ago. And the efforts of the community of the colony, and particularly the Colony High School and some individuals there, was really amazing as far as raising funds for the donation of a vehicle for a motorized wheelchair. Not only that, but it spread to others. For instance, student councils from all 5 high schools are raising funds for Bravo for Brian is the term. So I'd like to ask that James Hill, the principal of the Colony High School, come up and tell us about the award.
There it is. All right. I'm James Hill, principal of the Colony High School. I want to introduce you our head basketball coach, Cleve Ryan. This is our school nurse, Miss Sherry Keithley. And one of our awesome teachers, Miss Kristen Crenshaw. Right here. Like Dr. Rogers said, this was a community effort to raise funds for a young man named Brian Bravo. It started with these three excellent educators. It was their brainstorm to help this child. Brian is a student who, when he was a young man, suffered a terrible tragedy. He was in a car accident that killed his mother, his uncle, and his sister, left him paralyzed and with a terrible brain injury. He came to us 3 years ago. We did not realize the needs of the family until recently, though. So there was an medical emergency earlier in the year, and we had to ask his father to come up and get him and take him to the doctor. And when he came to get him, we noticed that he had a little bitty car. He had to physically pick up Brian and stuff him in the car as best he could. And he's a big young man. And he had to take apart the wheelchair and put it in the back of the trunk. And so our teacher and our nurse saw this, and they're like, we got to do something for this kid. He's about to turn 22. He's not going to be with us anymore. There's no way he can get around without something. So they got with Coach Ryan, who Coach Ryan and his basketball team has adopted Brian the last 2 years. He's been a part of the team. They call him Coach Brian. And they said, well, what can we do? So they decided that we're going to start an effort called Bravo for Brian to raise funds to try to get a wheelchair-accessible car. Thank goodness we have a lot of outstanding students and community members and staff members that banded together to start raising funds for him, selling armbands, all kinds of things to try to raise money. Through their efforts, we were able to get some news coverage, got on Dale Hansen Sports to talk about him, and this company, Braun Ability, saw the news report. Ralph Braun, his company, is the one who invented the motorized scooter, the wheelchair lift, and the wheelchair-accessible vehicle. They're the ones that began that. They saw this story, and they're like, we have to do something. So they donated a $50,000 van to Brian's family. Also, the fundraising efforts that started with them raised over $40,000 to put in a trust fund for this family. So, and it's ongoing. So, also Ms. Keithley, Ms. Keithley was a part of this. Ms. Crenshaw, Coach Ryan was recognized by KLTY as Teacher of the Month recently. Ms. Crenshaw was awarded the Kane Zerbiak Award of Excellence, right? Zapansky Award of Excellence. Ms. Keithley was nominated as one of the finalists for Nurse of the Year. So very proud of what they started. Like I said, community effort, LISD, all the high schools, the city of the colony, our elementary schools have all banded together for this family. It's what our district and what our school is all about, helping others, caring about each other, and building a community together. So I couldn't be more proud of them. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, Randy Mays.
At this time, I'd like Mr. Scott Finch, the principal at Hebron High School, Eric Ramirez, the head girls soccer coach at Hebron High School, and the Hebron girls soccer team to come in, please. One thing, so we're not redundant as we go through the athletic presentations tonight, I would say this, something that is similar to every coach, and I think because it's similar to every coach, probably similar to every child who's recognized for state qualifying or state championships tonight. They're not me people. They're not worried about themselves. They're worried about those to their left and right, and I think that's the way these people coach. And I've been around them for a long time, and I think that's the way they've coached these kids. We're starting off with the 5A girls state champions in soccer. Mr. Finch has some material from Austin we have received that he's going to read, and then we'll do the presentation. Mr. Finch.
Thank you, Coach Mays. I appreciate that. This is a proclamation from the state of Texas, and if you'll bear with me, It reads, whereas the girls soccer team from Hebron High School in Lewisville reached the pinnacle of success by claiming the 2014 UIL 5A state championship with a 1-0 victory in the title game on April 19th in Georgetown, and whereas matching up against the two-time defending state champion squad from Plano West High School in the tournament final, the Lady Hawks fought their opponent to a scoreless stalemate through regulation play and overtime period. The teams continued their battle into a shootout where Hebron junior Alana Castaneda drilled home the game-winning kick to secure the state crown for her school. Another key factor in the win was the exceptional performance of junior goalkeeper Molly Lansford, who was named the game's most valuable player for helping hold the Plano West offensive attack at bay throughout the contest and for making 2 crucial saves in the shootout. And whereas the title game triumph capped an unforgettable year in which Hebron posted an impressive record of 24 wins, 2 losses, and 2 ties while bringing home the school's first girls soccer state championship. Along the way, the team benefited from the contributions of each member of the roster as well as the inspiring leadership of head coach Eric Ramirez. And whereas winning a state championship is the dream of every high school athlete, and the memory of this significant achievement will be treasured by these dedicated student athletes for the rest of their lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Hebron High School girls soccer team be congratulated on winning the UIL 5A state championship for 2014, that the team's players, coaches, and staff be extended sincere best wishes for the future from Representatives Mr. Ron Simmons and Mr. Pat Fallon.
Coach Eric Ramirez.
Just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Lewisville Independent School District. You know, Hebron opened in 1999, and we've experienced much success in girls soccer, and this was the pinnacle in 2014. But it wasn't without the help of the elementary feeder schools and our 3 middle schools who are preparing our kids for the high school program. And it's a big tribute to Hebron High School, our teachers and our coaches. It's a great place to work. It's a great organization and a great place to live over in Carrollton. So we're very proud of this team. We plan to do it again next year. We graduated 6 girls, but 10 of them are starters for next year coming back. So we look forward to some great things. And anytime you can beat the team from a couple miles down the road, it's always a great feeling. So we're going to wear this proud, and we thank you, Lewisville, for all your support. Thank you.
While they're exiting, can we ask any parents of these players from Hebron to please stand and be recognized?
Next, head golf coach at Marcus, Kerry Gable, and his Marcus Marauders.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to introduce the Marcus High School boys golf team. This is the second year they made it to the state tournament. Dustin Lewis, Andrew Spear, Alex Klaus, Nathan Limbacher, and also our district champion, Carter Cohen. And the world's greatest assistant, Coach Matt Schwoller. Real quick, these boys worked really, really hard all year long. If you guys are familiar with high school golf, it runs from September to about 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Long season, a lot of time on the golf course as a team and as individuals, and they worked really, really hard. These guys are kind of getting all the glory, but our entire program from top to bottom is what makes this program work. Without the push from the kids that are not here right now, we're not standing up here. So these guys are just a product of all the hard work the program has done and that we will continue to do, and we look forward to another good run next year. So thanks for letting us be here with y'all.
We could have parents of the golf team please stand.
I know there's one parent here. Would parents of the golf team please stand? Ms. Lewis. The same two-day tournament, but at a different golf course. While the Marcus boys were playing at the 5A tournament, our representative from the Colony was playing in the girls' tournament. Coach John McDonald and Miss Wright, if you would come forward. Coach McDonald told me at the district tournament that this was the best girls golfer in the state, and he was right.
Hi, this is Haley Wright. She's a junior from the Colony High School. I've known her for 3 years, and I've been calling her the freshman phenom since then. She's a very good golfer. She could shoot 71 or 81, but hopefully next year we'll get it in the low 70s pretty consistently. She played hard at the state tournament. She finished second at regionals. The first day after state, she was 26th place. And on day 2, the final day, she finished birdie, par, and jumped a bunch of spaces and got to 9th. And that was our goal, to finish in the top 10, and she did. So I'm very, very proud of her. And she's a great student, 3.5 GPA. So I'm proud of her. We did well this year, and we hope to do better next year.
If the Wrights would please stand. Also, during the same two-day time period, while state golf was going on, state tennis was going on, and Marcus had a mixed doubles team that made it to the state semifinals. And I'd like to introduce their head coach. He was when I went to work for Mr. Rogers, he was one of our first athletic hires that spring, the first year I was there. Head tennis coach, Coach Kelly Langdon.
I want to thank the board for taking the time to recognize all the athletes. As Coach May said, I'm here to present the award for third place finish in 5A mixed doubles. Probably looking right now thinking, well, that doesn't kind of add up because there's only one person. his partner, Preeti Casellingham, was unable to make it. Something, an emergency came up, and she was very, very disappointed, but does say thank you. This is Sebastian Langdon. As you can probably tell, the last name same as mine. This is my son. As you can imagine, the excitement of being able to talk about him and present him with the award is unbelievable feeling. Preeti and Sebastian led the team this fall. We had another outstanding fall season, reaching the district champions and regional semifinalists and top 15 in the state. They were both back-to-back district MVPs, and then they were the first ever. We've never had area before, but they were also the area MVPs. They carried that success over into the spring season. Went 27-2 overall. Actually, one of the losses they avenged in the regional finals, and then had a third place finish at state, which is the highest mixed doubles finish in the LISD's history. So anyway, obviously very proud of my son anyway, but to top it off, to have the opportunity to coach him is obviously a real blessing for me. Thank you.
We'll move to track and field. Coach Nick Benton from the Colony in his state qualifier. Coach Benton's what you call a true LISD teacher coach. Educated at Marcus, coached at Flower Mound, now the head track and cross country coach at the Colony. Coach Nick Benton.
And Coach Mays, he reminds me that I was his middle school coach.
All right, thanks for the introduction. I have standing in front of you guys Victor Bezak. He's a discus thrower from the Colony High School. This year, he went undefeated up until the state meet. So he was district champion, area champion, regional champion. Got to the state meet, and he ended up 9th place. He'll be attending Tiffin University in Ohio in the fall. Well, he'll be throwing when he gets there too. So, Victor Bezak.
Coach Grenier has already been up here for cross country this school year. Now he's back up here for state qualifying in track and field. Coach Grenier.
Thank you. It's always great to be up here. It means you had a good season. Andrea eBay qualified for the state meet in the long jump. She was district champ this year. She's our school record holder. She's also the first long jumper to ever make it to the state meet from Hebron, and my first long jumper to ever make it to the state meet. She wound up getting 7th place at the state meet. She competed very well, and she got 2nd at the regional meet. And, it was a great honor to coach her, and I wish her all the best of luck.
And parents here?
Flower Mound head coach, head track coach Andrew Cook, and the Flower Mound athletes. Coach Cook has also made it around LISD, educated at Marcus, now the head coach at Flower Mound, and he led the number of LISD athletes at the state track and field meet.
Howdy. Good evening to everybody. I'm here with our 4 athletes. We'll start first with Elizabeth Osandu. She placed second in the state meet in the 400-meter dash. She was tied for first basically on the last 100 meters and fought all the way and just lost by a couple tenths of a second. So it was a really great race and a great year for her. Kind of go through, too, some of our academics that go through these athletes. Our seniors get recognized, through the Texas High School Coaches Association, and she was academic all-state. So I just want to recognize her for that, one of our seniors. Next, we have Safi Belbina. Safi qualified to the state meet in the mile and the 2 mile, so plenty of fun for her. And the 2 mile, she ended up finishing 4th place, and in the mile, she ended up finishing in 7th place. So she had a great season. She's a junior, so we can have her back next year and hopefully grab a medal there. At the end of her season, she also ran a 5K in 16:54, and so that sits her right now as the 2nd fastest runner in the country. So I did a great job there, too. So. Next, we have Wesley Ward. Wesley qualified to the state meet in the mile. He placed 5th. He was also the district champion in the mile and the 2 mile. He had a great season. And Wesley was also academic all-state. So congratulations to Wesley. And last but not least, we have Zach Hamstra. Zach came away with a medal in the 32-meter run. He was 3rd place. Zach is also another real smart kid who's academic all-state, and he's also a National Merit Scholar finalist. So congratulations to Zach as well. And that's it. Thank you.
So parents?
Parents of the Flower Mound athletes, if you'd please stand. Represented from Marcus High School, and they are not with us this evening. Coach Steve Delaney has had 2 competitors at the state meet. Both Maddie Reed and Hannah Bradley competed in the state track and field meet. They're not with us tonight because they're at Coach Delaney's time trials over at Marcus running tonight. So, but Marcus also had 2 qualifiers. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Mays. Mr. Moreno?
Good evening. I'm Adrian Marino. I'm the Director of Current Technology, and I'm going to recognize a couple of students that made this fine furniture over here. If Garrett Knutson and Daniela Carmeluk, if y'all would come up here, please. Mr. Davis, if you'd like to make your way up here as well. Garrett is a freshman at Flower Mound High School, and he placed first in the building trades with this coffee table that he made over here. If you have a chance to walk over there and take a look at it, don't just look at it as a coffee table, but try to notice all the detailed work that went into it and the hours of labor that he spent working on this. So he placed first in the building trades at the state competition down in Corpus Christi. Daniela, she's a senior from LHS. She placed first in cabinet making, but then she also was deemed best in show for the state competition. So she was the overall best in show with the makeup table in architecture and construction. So she made the finest project in the state of Texas. This is the 18th year in a row that the first place winner in Millen Cabinet has come from the Dell Jackson Career Center, and that's a tribute to Mr. Joe Davis, their instructor. And another little side note, 3 years ago, Daniela's brother did the same thing, placed first in Millen Cabinet and was overall best in show. So that's a fine family of woodworkers right there. If their parents would please stand up to be recognized. Congratulations, y'all. Y'all did a fine job. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next we have Mr. Bill Watson.
Good evening, everyone. This award is an award accumulated over time. It's called the Sudler Flag of Honor. And the purpose is to identify, recognize, and honor high school band programs internationally that have demonstrated particular significant high standards of excellence in concert activity over a period of several years. I'm not going to read all the criteria, but I'll read a couple of them. The band must have achieved and maintained a high standard of excellence in the concert area over a period of several years. The band program must offer its participants a complete and balanced program of musical activities, including concert, solo, ensemble, and marching areas. Check. And the director must have been incumbent in his or her position for at least 7 years, including the current year. And there's other things about international being at national events. So this is an honor that has been internationally bestowed to 74 bands over a period of 30 some odd years. And 3 of them have been from LIST over the years. So I'm going to introduce their director, and she's going to introduce these student representatives. This is Amanda Drinkwater.
Good evening. It's a privilege to have 6 of the 64 wonderful musicians from the Marcus Wind Symphony with us here this evening. These are members of our band council and also musicians in the ensemble. This is Mr. Daggy Lee. He's an alto saxophonist and senior drum major. Mr. Scott Van Gundy, a senior horn player and drum major. Miss Taylor Horn, she's a B-flat clarinetist and drum major. Carissa Higley, piccolo flute. She's a senior and our woodwind captain. Her twin brother, Kyle Higley, who's a senior trumpet player and our brass captain, and Mr. Peter Riojas, who is a percussionist and our drumline captain for the group.
Since this award is over several years, if you have been a Marcus band parent or administrator, would you please stand? Okay, Dr. Rogers, that did include you, but that's all right.
All right, Mr. Randy Mays, you're back up.
If Kronda Timish would go ahead and come up here. We're recognizing one of our athletic coordinators for an award he received in Waco 2 weeks ago, and it's winner of it's called the winner of the Tom Landry Award. Coach Brian Brazel received this award at the High School Hall of Fame banquet in Waco. This award goes to the coach that is considered by his peers as one of the highest character guys in the profession. At this time, I'd like Brian to come up here. Coach Brazel began his coaching career coaching middle school in Plano, then received his first high school coaching job from his high school coach who had come from Pasadena to R.L. Turner. He was a position coach for Charlie Lyles and R.L. Turner. He came to LISD and went to work at Lewisville High School, was the defensive line coach. In 1993, LHS won the state championship while he was the defensive line coach there. I met Brian in 1994. I think I've mentioned this in this meeting before, recognizing Brian. The Lewisville staff coached the All-Star game in 1994. I was on the selection committee. When I met the staff, I'd coached against the staff, but when I met the staff, we kind of broke up into groups after a workout. Brian was having a Bible study for the kids, for the North team members that wanted to come to the meeting. And I went to Brian's room, and that's when I met Coach Brazel. In 1996, he was the defensive coordinator on yet another state championship at Lewisville High School. He is the only head coach that Hebron High School has ever known, and he's known it from its very beginning. From a very beginning 0-10 start and rough start the first couple of years to a state championship in 2005, and never broke stride when they moved up from 4A to 5A in 2006. He was elected to the board of directors. I guess now at this time, that was about a decade ago. He was elected to the board of directors, which is a very high honor to represent our area for the Texas High School Coaches Association. As he worked his way to senior director, he became nominated for the presidency. He was the president of our association. This award, when I was looking at the list of winners at the banquet, I mean, I knew Brian deserved the award, but I also wanted to see what criteria might have been from the previous 22 winners. And I would think if I was sitting across from a young coach, what I would want him to be, what I would want him to do or not do, the example I would give him is Brian Brazel. As a Christian man and leader of young men, I think the example I would give them is Brian Brazel. And certainly with Bertie Brazel and Gabrielle Brazel in the back, I think he is a great picture of what a Christian man and a Christian leader and a Christian family is all about. Cronda's up here because she's seen as the Football Booster Club president. She's really the president of the Brian Brazel fan club. And Cronda has an award to give Brian. Cronda.
Oh, thank you so much. Coach, it's an honor to recognize you tonight with the Texas Coaches Association Tom Landry Award. And I'd like to call up Birdie because, as we all know, she is a huge impact in our football program, and I know that Brian gets to do what he does because of an amazing wife who stands beside him and works with him every day, and she pours into our coaches' wives in a great ministry that she's involved with. So I would like to also recognize Birdie at this time. Thank you, Birdie.
Well, I appreciate it. It's been a great honor. The only place I've been a head football coach has been at Hebron High School. I've been in Lewisville ISD for 22 years. This is a great place. It's a great place to be. It's a great place to work. Hebron High School is a very special place, and I can't say enough great about the people I've worked with there. I'm so thankful for Neil Wilson giving me an opportunity, and Doug Killow and Ronnie Gage giving me a chance to be a coach at Lewisville High School back in 1992. And then just to see what Farmer Pride was really about and to be able to be a part of that was something really special. And again, being able to chance to work for a great man like Coach Ronnie Gage. And then when I was given the opportunity by Hugh Jones to be the head coach at Hebron High School. And Kevin Rogers remembers because he was the principal at Arbor Creek Middle School at the time. And there's a lot of wrong things done. And I appreciate people staying with me and helping me learn along the way. And but we got through it. And but just a great, just great community, great people, great support. And then now I have Scott Finch as my principal at the high school. Mark Dalton works at our freshman campus. Just great people to work with. And, of course, Randy's been a great leader for us in our athletic program. We're really going to miss Coach Mays. And as you know, he has put in his retirement. Lucky for him, unlucky for me. And but we're excited for what he gets to do. But to get an award with the name Tom Landry on it from the Texas High School Coaches Association, I can't say enough about what a tremendous honor it is. I know I'm not worthy of that, but I'll still take it. And I do appreciate it, and thank you so much for this evening.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ron.
I think I can speak for all of us in saying that this is probably the best part of our board meetings, and whether it's fine arts or athletics or academics, Lewisville is just an amazing district. I mean, we just have great programs all around, state champions, state qualifiers. It's truly amazing and a blessing. So before we move on.
Ms. Sheffield, I would like to take a quick moment to introduce our new board members and their families that are here with us tonight. In place 6, we have Miss Christy Hassett. And if you're Christy Hassett's family, would you stand? Do it. Oh, sorry, they're at a Boy Scout meeting right now. They'll check in with y'all later. In place 7, we have Mr. Tracy Scott Miller. And his family is here tonight. Thank you all for putting your name out there and for toughing it out through the campaign, but mostly I'm glad this is being streamed so your family can hear it later. Thank you to the families for the time that you're willing to give up for your loved ones to serve on this very important board. Thank you.
Yes, we are very excited to welcome our new faces to the board and just look forward to what lies ahead and the decisions we'll make together. So next we're going to move on to request to address the board. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must fill out a speaker's card prior to the meeting. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes. The board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda, which means we can't carry on a conversation with you. We are here to listen. So we have 5 cards here tonight. So Johnny Foster, you're first.
Good evening. My name is Johnny Foster. To Dr. Waddell, to Trish Sheffield, and all staff members, it's an honor to be and speak to you tonight. First, I want to congratulate all the recipients and award winners. It really makes me proud to be a part of this district when we see all the wonderful work that we're doing in this district. And I, too, can personally speak for Coach Browse and Birdie. They've played a very important role in the lives of my boys because we were ones that opened up Hebron in 1999, and I lived through that 0-10 season. It was rough, but we know that we built on that and we became a very successful program. But with that said, it's very ironic tonight that as I stood here and we recognize all the great student athletes and coaches in our district and all the other band members and others that came forward, that I stand tonight to speak on behalf of parents from the Carrollton area whose children attend Creek Valley Middle School. And there are 2 coaches at that school that will never get the opportunity to stand and receive the recognition that we've seen tonight because there's been a decision made by the district not to renew their contracts. I don't know the details of that. It may be justified, it may be warranted, I don't know. I do know the impact that it's had on the community that I live in, mainly because these 2 young men are African-American coaches. We were very proud in Carrollton when Creek Valley Middle School hired them. we were really elated because we had men on our campus that we felt comfortable with, that we knew would be there for us. You know, and they did a wonderful job. They were held in very high esteem by all our students and our parents. And we just ask that if the district can, please revisit that decision. We need those men on those campuses, and those boys look up to them. I don't know what was behind that, but you know, it's just heartbreaking for me to stand here tonight and see what could have been. Creek Valley Middle School is a feeder school into the Hebron program. I know Coach Brazel has benefited from the student athletes that have come out of that school, and I know some of them personally. But when you look at the demographics of our district, I went back 10 years. Our district is changing. 10 years ago, we were 71% white students in this district. For the first time in 2013, this district fell to less than 50% white students. But when we look at our staff, our teachers, administrators, they don't reflect those changes. I know and that's not to cast any aspersions on our teachers and staff. They're wonderful. You know, Coach Brazel and all the people over at Hebron did a wonderful job. My boys are all grown. One of them is aspiring to be a head coach, and Coach Brazel has been a mentor to him in many ways. So we've done a wonderful job. But I think in order to us to realize those things that we want to accomplish, we really need to address those numbers. We thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Next, I have Leah Montez.
Hello, everyone. Johnny asked me to come as a parent of students that are at Creek Valley Middle School, again, to speak on behalf of the coaches. So I kind of had to take some notes on my phone, so I'm not texting or anything here. But so he asked me just to represent parents and kind of the sentiments. And just for us personally, I felt like a personal story might help because, as I said, Johnny called me today at work and I told him that I definitely would be here. But rain or shine, Coach Wise was at the school early and late to assist student athletes. He personally impacted my son's life. Both of my sons placed in the district for shot put and discus, and he was their coach. At our house, we have a saying that every child needs a Coach Wise in his life. He has a folksy style, and I think just a different way about him, but a way that many students embrace. As for Coach Smith, one of the other coaches at the school, I didn't know him very well because he's a new teacher there, but he had an immediate impact. He was one of the first coaches to take the kids to FCA Huddle, and my son was able to participate in that and really look to him as a mentor as well. Like Johnny, I don't know the circumstances. I'm not trying to judge those circumstances, but as a representative of a newly formed parent group within LISD, we're just asking that these voices not be lost to the district and maybe there be a reconsideration of these teachers serving somewhere within the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montez. Next, we have Kendra Stevenson.
Hi. First, I want to thank Dr. Riddell, Lori Rapp, and Debbie Roby. They've been working for the last, feels like years, but it's only been 9 months, to help establish a parent support group for gifted and talented services in the district. And I think we finally pushed through a milestone at our last meeting, and we're going to work to expand the existing Castle Hills group, which already has over 100 members, and bring that district-wide by the fall. So we're really excited about that because the parents, as you all know, have a lot of support that they would like to give the district in strengthening the program. I also wanted to thank the members of the leadership team that today got together and decided that they were going to review the credit by assessment for elementary age students, and now we can do that by subject matter. And I want to personally thank you for taking the time to do that and to do it quickly. My last thing that I wanted to talk about, I had talked with a former board member and was hoping that we could get on this meeting, if not a very soon meeting, just a review of the Gifted and Talented program in LISD and the changes that have been made over the last 3 to 4 years, because as I pointed out at the last board meeting, the policy for gifted and talented services was set by the board in 2001. However, the delivery of those services has changed dramatically. There's a lot of confusion among parents and students around those changes, and it would be nice if those changes were just talked about in a board meeting, and I would ask that parents and students and teachers be able to participate because we all have our different stories. I've seen some wonderful program changes made at Peters Colony that have helped expand that program, and some changes that were probably not so well received also at different schools. So I would ask that the board consider putting that on a future agenda and making sure that all the voices in LISD that care about gifted and talented services be asked to participate. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next we have Carol Ball.
Good evening. My name is Carol Baugh, and I'm a parent in the district, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have concerns about the district's 1-to-X initiative. How is the success of this program being measured? We hear anecdotal stories, but we need actual, verifiable analytics and metrics in order to which evaluate this program's results. When I obtained a summary of the iPad usage through an open records request, I was astonished to find that we are disposing of the usage data after 30 days. For the report that I did receive, it showed 3.8% educational usage. 3.8%. Web 2.0, which includes social media, was 13%. Now, I understand that there will be educational use that doesn't show up in the educational category. And I understand that quantification may be difficult, but difficult doesn't mean that the district shouldn't be trying to improve this reporting. We paid $378,000 for Content Keeper software. It has reporting capabilities that generated the report that I received. We either need to improve the specificity of these reports or we need to address the problems that these reports seem to indicate with the low educational use by these devices. 1-to-X is a cutting-edge program, and we need to study it over time. The district should not be destroying the data through which we can study it. I've been attending these board meetings for a year now, and I have not seen a lot of follow-up regarding issues that have been raised concerning 1-to-X. I urge the board to follow up on the 3.8% educational use, the failure to retain data for more than 30 days, and how the district plans to study this program to evaluate its effectiveness and how we're going to finance it in a sustainable manner over time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ball.
I'd like to make a motion that this become an agenda item at the next workshop and potentially subsequent board meeting.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Does it? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, next up we have Kronta Timish.
Dr. Waddell, Tricia, and LISD School Board of Trustees, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. I'm coming before you as a parent that's in the Hebron High School feeder pattern and a parent volunteer in this East Zone area. What I'd like to do is open up discussion regarding the East Zone communications, the position and location of the person that handles all of our communications. I would like to discuss the possibility of the person, Brittany Whitaker, is our East Zone coordinator, possibly moving 3 days a week to the East Career Center East and allowing her to be more a part of our community. I feel like there are opportunities missed simply due to the logistics of where our East Zone coordinator office is. It can take 35 to 55 minutes to get from Flower Mound offices to Hicks or to Hebron High School. That's one way. So round trips can take up to 2 hours, which become a huge rock in the schedule of trying to partner with and understand our East Zone. I've had the opportunity to talk about this, and I do understand the importance of that the East Zone needs to be in connection with the communications office and partnering with the staff there, and I think that's important. At the same time, I feel like there's really a lot of opportunities missed because they're not located in our area. And that's why maybe even a compromise, if there's something that we can do 3 days in our area and 2 days with communication offices, that way those relationships are there. One of the things that I'd like to bring up is that our feeder pattern is unique. There's a lot of different examples that we can point to where things for Flower Mound, Marcus, or Lewisville don't always work for Hebron. And I'm not asking you to solve our problems. I'm just saying we're different. Today I spent 3 hours working on an event that we're going to have in a couple of weeks. It took me that long just to email 5 cities, mayors, 5 city councils, 5 chambers, and all the different people that are connected, having that many different cities involved with the Hebron feeder pattern. It's a lot, and it can be overwhelming. One of the examples that I just wanted to bring up was, it's simple, and I know it might be silly to you, is our scoreboard. We have a lot of businesses in our Hebron feeder pattern that aren't interested because they don't know who we are. They don't know how to partner with us. They go to Plano West. They want to go to the Colony. They want to go to Creekview. And again, we're not asking you to solve that, but we feel like if we could partner with our East Zone coordinator, work with the community and all of us in the community, I think we can build a better identity. And so that's my suggestion. I would appreciate any consideration on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mish. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Jenny Prosnick.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Waddell. My name is Jenny Prosnick, and I am the current PTSA president of Hebron High School. With our new East Zone leader, Leanne Lewis, moving in, I wanted to bring to the board's attention the need to move the East Zone Communications Person's office to the Career Center East as well. Doing this over the summer break mean that they were settled and ready to go come August. East Zone is special. All the zones are special. But the East serves 5 unique cities, 3 with their own ISDs: Plano, Carrollton Farmers Branch, and Frisco. Developing relationships with chamber members and elected city officials is the difference in sustaining and thriving in the East. Having the communications person office with the East Zone leader makes so much sense. Communications is such a local matter, and you need to be local to understand what matters to each unique community and be able to speak that community's language. You also need to be physically available to get to Peters Colony Elementary or Arbor Creek Middle School without having to worry about traffic on 121. Karen Permetti and her staff have done such a great job in developing specialized plans for each feeder pattern, and those are best implemented from each zone. If the communication person offices in the West, I fear they will be in a bubble where what works for Marcus or Lewisville High School will be put on Hebron and the Colony schools. The best way to market is to understand the community that you are marketing, and there is not a better way than to be a part of that community. Having someone who is in close proximity to community events who can be a representative at chamber or city council events without including an extra 30 to 40 minutes in travel time makes it easier to attend and be a part of those events. It would also send a message to those committees that we are invested in them and we want to be a part of them, and vice versa. It takes twice as much effort to promote Hebron because it's not a community unto itself. For example, our awesome state champion girls soccer team, who you met tonight, received absolutely no coverage in any Frisco media, even though 2 of its players are from Frisco. I feel that having someone who offices in our zone would know this and would have had an opportunities to build a relationship with Frisco's local media. We want someone who's invested in our schools and our kids, and I think that's hard to do from across I-35. Think of it as a tactical necessity. It's a messaging jungle out there, and if we are to survive, we must be in touch with our citizens' realities so that we can somehow understand and communicate it to them with our words and our images. This is a perfect time to make the change. I've been privileged to hear Mrs. Lewis's plans for the East Zone, and she is gearing up, and they are big plans. And having a communications person there understanding, I think, would make all the difference. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. All right, next we will move to the information section of our agenda. Just for those who may be here for the first time, information items are new to the board, and we listen, and we will have opportunities at a later date to ask questions. So these are information only. So Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield. Board, before you as an information item is the Flower Mound SRO interlocal agreement. Mr. Garrett, our Director of Safety and Security, has been working with the various municipalities to sort of tweak our SRO agreements. A couple of the things that we are writing into the new interlocal agreements are we would like to standardize the training that SROs are required to do. That has not been done in the past. We would like for principals, campus principals, to have some input into the SRO evaluations. And we would certainly like to refine the requirements for police departments to temporarily assign a substitute SRO in case of long absences. So as we go through these cycles, we will change the interlocal agreements with all the municipalities. So that's really the information. Of course, this is specifically regarding the SRO for Flower Mound 9th and for Marcus 9th.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Dr. Brockman.
All right, I bring to you tonight TASB Policy Update 99. As we know, TASB sends out an update periodically to clean up policy, both legal and local. And Update 99 is the second of two post-legislative updates, focusing on changes in law from the 83rd legislative session. Things included resulted from changes in law, recommendations, including major topics as accreditation, district legal counsel, safety programs, graduation, credit by exam, state assessment, student discrimination harassment, and public information. Many of these changes were prompted by House Bill 5, changing graduation plans, also changes to credit by exam for students who have not taken the course, things such as result of House Bill 897 requiring students be provided with CPR instruction at least once during grades 7 through 12. Other policies recommended for change, CFEA local is recommended for deletion. Again, this is a cleanup item because those items are covered somewhere else in policy. Also looking at changes in reporting of harassment claims of students based on recommendations from the U.S. Department of Ed and the Office of Civil Rights, and the continual process of trying to get policy regarding public information up to date with the information age. So it is a long list of policies, but the changes are coming from the 83rd legislative session.
Thank you, Dr. Brockman. And then if we have questions, we can email you. Do you want us to go through you? So board members, if you have questions about any of these things, if you would email Dr. Waddell so that we can have those for next month. Okay, so moving on to discussion items. These are items that we have addressed and information for the most part, and so we will be opening those up for discussion tonight. So first up, we have Dr. Brockman once again.
Good evening. On a monthly basis, we bring you an update of our implementation of strategic design, and tonight it is my pleasure to toss this to Jonas Green. We're going to look at science inquiry at both the elementary and secondary levels.
Good evening, esteemed board members and Dr. Waddell. I'm pleased to talk with you about science inquiry. As a result of our strategic design, we've implemented science inquiry throughout our curriculum in elementary and secondary. Inquiry gives our students critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, and communication skills that's necessary to prepare them for the future that they create. Inquiry allows students to become questioners And it's through the questions that our students ask that our world is going to be changed. So here's some examples of how our world has been changed by inquiry. Edwin Land was on vacation in Santa Fe, New Mexico, when his impatient daughter piped up with this question: "Why do we have to wait for the photo?" Land, a self-taught physicist, didn't have an answer, so he went on a walk through town to ponder her query. Within an hour, he'd conceived the basic mechanics of an instant camera. The Polaroid Land camera went on the market in 1948. Dwayne Douglas, assistant football coach at the University of Florida, became concerned when he noticed his players were dropping up to 18 pounds during football games. He wondered why his players were losing so much weight during games. He talked to Robert Cade, a kidney specialist. Cade and his team concocted a formula that would restore water and electrolytes that were being lost in sweat. Today, we know the drink as Gatorade. The future challenges our students will face may not be related to Gatorade or Polaroid cameras, but the questions, the ability to ask questions and create solutions around those questions will dramatically prepare them for their future. Our inquiry structure for learning content is based around 3 phases. Phase 1, learners explore materials, make observations, and raise questions related to content goals. During Phase 2, they plan and carry out investigations to test their questions. And during Phase 3, learners share their investigation results with each other to further their understanding of science concepts. We have 2 teachers here tonight, Kim Estrada from Indian Creek Elementary and Leslie Gibson, a pre-AP chemistry teacher from Flower Mountain High School, and they're going to share with you how inquiry has transformed their classrooms.
I came up too fast. I came up too fast. I don't know what's face. I could. Because they're making the J form. Look, that one because they're in the J form. I dare. We're allowed to touch them. I dare. I think the brown one is the milk and the black one is the
Steve, what are some of your questions?
My favorite one is why I wonder
Why they like digging? I wonder how we can investigate that.
why does that yeah, but I can see the snake coming off. Yeah. I have a question for you.
What's your question, Megan?
Whenever they don't know, is that what I should stay?
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Scientific inquiry is a powerful way for children to come to an understanding, a deep understanding about science content, especially at the elementary level. I've watched my students learn how to ask questions, and that's powerful for me. I believe it's a very valuable skill. Their natural questioning has driven my lesson plans and changed the paths of our learning goals this year. I use structured, guided, and open inquiry approaches to teach science content in my classroom. All 3 styles lend themselves perfectly to the PBL model that we're using across the district. Specifically, inquiry has benefited my classroom by creating a sense of freedom and confidence in science. I've seen my kids jump into asking and answering questions on their own this year like never before. They have a confidence in science. They investigate on their own. They feel free to get materials and get started as they need to. They ask questions confidently. They use their own vocabulary to describe their investigations. As you could probably see on the second slide, as we began our mealworm study in second grade, conversations started immediately about the stages of the life cycle, the structure of the worms, the body structure of the beetles. One student kept referring to the J form. Well, all the kids at his table knew what J form meant. All the kids at the next table knew what J form meant. Other kids just naturally understood their kid language. They started using that word in their notebooks and their observations. They were drawing pictures and labeling it with the J form. At first, I was a little confused. I wasn't sure what the J form was, and then I realized that they had given their own meaning to the pupa stage in the life cycle. They were genuinely excited to attach their own meaning when I told them the real science word. I think that is true vocabulary attainment. It's really far beyond just looking in the back of the book for the definition. So I would just say that inquiry techniques like ABC, activity before content, allows kids to really attach their own meaning to that vocabulary. I've just watched inquiry in my classroom have a direct positive impact. I have one of my students here today, Mariana Rooks, and she's going to just speak about science and how great it is.
My name is Mariana Rooks, and I'm a 5th grader at Indian Creek Elementary. This year in science, I loved learning with Miss Purvis and Mrs. Estrada. I have learned a great deal about topics like force and motion, landforms, and ecosystems. Part of the reason I've had so much fun is because of the hands-on activities. My teachers do a great job explaining concepts, but it was the hands-on activities that gave me a chance to do it myself, more time to think, and see the concept clearer. One of the hands-on activities was examining real fossils and identifying what animal they came from. We also explored gravity and forces when we built our own zip lines. When kids ask questions, it helps us to understand and learn more about the world. Working in the right group with people who are cooperative and get their work done is also a great thing when you are investigating any topic. Our technology helped when we couldn't find answers by testing or looking in textbooks. On the technology part, I especially liked creating presentations on Prezi, Weebly, and Videolicious. The investigations we did this year helped me a lot and prepared me for 6th grade.
Oh, to follow a child who said it perfectly. I don't know what I have to add. I'm just here to tell you how passionately I feel about the combination of strategic design and inquiry and how they go hand in hand with one another. In my classroom, I use a lot of inquiry in a lot of different forms. And I'm going to show you tonight the steps of inquiry at the high school level and some of the projects we've done. Some are one-day projects, some go all through the semester. First, as you heard from the elementary level, the question is where it all begins. For my students on the second day, I could list off the 15 to 20 significant figure rules for them and ask them to memorize them. I could give them examples, and I used to do that. And weeks later, I was still in that same spot, and they had come no further. One day I decided to try something new, and I put together a quick SIG-FIG lesson, which was all inquiry-based, where I didn't tell them any rules, and I told them it was their turn. They had to tell me the rules. It's the second day of school, and they're really horrified by that. So I give them numbers, and I say these three numbers have 3 SIG-FIGs, and the fourth one does not. Tell me why. They say, we have no idea. and I say, oh, you can try again. This is a very engaging, innovative way to teach sig figs. And what I found is in 20 to 30 minutes, I've made more headway than in weeks of time in prior years. The second part, the second step is exploring, observing, investigating. That's easy to do in the science classroom, but it's also easy to fall into the trap of using cookie cutter type labs in the pre-AP classroom. And so I'm trying to get the kids to write their own labs. This year we tried a lab where they were just given a list of items. They went to a table, picked up what they thought they needed, and they designed their own proofs so that they could prove the different properties of water. This ended up being really inclusive. Everyone got in on the action in their groups. It was flexible because there's not just one right way to the answer. And so it astounded me how many different ways they found to get to the final answers. The third step is analyzing and predicting. The traditional method to teach balancing reactions, you probably remember as college students, is you put the reaction on the board and you demonstrate balancing, and you do one after another after another. And I've gotten really good at it. And my students don't get good at it at all watching me. It means really nothing to them. So inquiry method lends itself well to this particular activity where I just take cubes and cards and I say nothing about balancing, and I say, I want you to conserve matter with the reactants and the products. Go. And they can ask questions, and I will only answer yes or no. And by the end of about 30 to 45 minutes, they're balancing reactions, and they don't even know that they are. And then I have a 10-minute lesson and where I just demonstrate what they've just demonstrated to me, and it all comes together beautifully. And I think the thing I love about inquiry is that it's a way to reframe our state standards and make our learning more profound. It's easy to do it in the traditional way. It's risky to do it by strategic design. And there's a lot of confusion, and there's a lot of frustration, and there's a lot of critical thinking, and there's an amazing amount of progress. And by the third, fourth, eighth week of school, my students know that the first day of a new concept is going to be frustrating. And they're just ready. They're geared up. This is not going to be easy. This might not even be fun. I may cry, but I can get through this. And so the next step is creating. Right now we're doing a project called What's the Chemistry Behind This? My students are deriving their own question and doing all the research. They're collaborating together. They will share their content with screencasting. We've never screencast before. We're taking a risk. I don't know how. They don't know how. That's okay. They won't be perfect. But if I continue this project semester after semester, I will see results, and my students will learn that with screencasting or any other type of project, you dive in and you see success over time. When we create, we need to report. There are lots of ways to report our findings. One of our projects right now is we've read the book The Disappearing Spoon, which is a fabulous book if you want to know about the history of the periodic table and the madness behind all of that. We've read the book, and instead of having chapter after chapter quizzes, the kids are blogging, and they're asking one another questions. They're doing side research that comes off of those questions. They're interacting on the blog, and it's been fun. That's been an interesting project. And I think this is a great way for assessment to occur that's not traditional, and it's meaningful to them. They read blogs, they hear about blogging, now they're blogging themselves. And I have had a few students go off and write their own blog. Not on chemistry, of course. They chose something they were a little more excited about, but someday I will have a chemistry blogger, I am sure. Lastly, I ask the kids to reflect on all the projects they do. My favorite reflection project we do is the first day of school. I have them draw an atomic model. It's very overwhelming to them because they want to get it right. And I say, just write down everything you know and draw a picture of it. Halfway through, they draw a better picture and they tell me more about the atom. And then in a few weeks, I'll get their final atomic model. And it will be incredibly detailed, and it gives them a chance to reflect on their growth in chemistry, how that's impacted the view of the world, and for them to start asking, what's next for me in science? Do I want to take AP chemistry? Do I want to go on to physics? What about college? And my goal every year is to produce students who say, I want to be a chemistry major in college. And I can't control it beyond that, but I'm excited to say I have some kids in medical school right now, so I'm just thrilled that strategic design, inquiry, and the classroom really all do work together beautifully. Thank you for your time tonight.
If you have any questions, we will take those too.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentations. I don't know if my questions will be geared towards you or Dr. Brockman, but to help the rookies kind of get up to speed here, I have a few questions, so bear with me. The first is, you said that this is implemented in K through 12. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if I ask my son about it, it's likely he would know about it at the high school level.
It's embedded in our entire curriculum. He might not know the word inquiry, but
Okay.
the structure of the curriculum is written in inquiry.
Okay, that was my other question. Do parents and kids know that it's inquiry-based learning? Or do they just, how, it just happens?
It's the way the teacher structures the environment. So inquiry is kind of like how we as teachers communicate it.
Okay. Amongst yourselves?
Amongst ourselves,
Okay.
but it's not necessarily, I would say to the kids, we're going to do an inquiry lesson today. I would say, we're going to explore mealworms today.
Right.
So,
Okay. So my next question, and it's hard to refute this statement, which is very well written, by the way, where it says, inquiry in science leads to higher levels of student engagement, provides differentiation through the scaffolding of learning, moves students questioning from why to what if to eventually the action-oriented how, and creates the Velcro for vocabulary learning to stick. I love that sentence, by the way. Whoever wrote it deserves great credit. But tell me what was happening before. So as this is such, kind of fits within strategic design, probably fits within some concepts around PBL because now you've got a three-phase methodology that you're using. Tell me what was happening before in the classrooms, and then to the extent that you have any measurable variances between previous classroom performance and this, it'd be helpful for me to understand that.
So a traditional approach would be like, I would show you the mealworm life cycle, and I would say, let's learn about the stages of the mealworm life cycle. And I'd say, this is an egg, this is a mealworm, this is the larva stage, this is its pupa form, and then this is its adult, it turns into a beetle, and I would teach that to you. And then maybe if we had time, we would go look at some, if we had them in the classroom to look at. But this kind of flips that whole thing. We don't teach what Kim said, activity before content. So we would do the activity, we would observe mealworms over time before I'm going to teach you about the content of how the mealworm life cycle happens. So it's kind of flipping, instead of doing content and then maybe an activity, it's doing the activity first. So that's kind of the transition.
Okay, great. So my last question is, and this is just maybe more of a statement, but I'd be interested in having you all come to us again probably next year and talking to us about what you saw in the classroom as it related to student achievement and classroom performance versus what you had seen previously before the district implemented this, or as y'all implemented this district-wide.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Hassett?
have you noticed an increase in academic success? And if so, what and at what level?
Already on? I've just seen a growth throughout. I taught science in 5th grade for the last 6 years, and then I've just moved to the Science Discovery program. And so this is my first year teaching all science K through 5 for the whole year. I have first graders coming to me this week saying that they're signing up for robotics classes this summer. I think the academic impact that it's made, we haven't seen any real scores, and I do a lot of more formative assessment in my room because the kids are only with me for 45 minutes per week. But I've just seen an overall depth of science knowledge K through 5 at my campus personally. So, I mean, I just feel like their knowledge academically in science content is far beyond where it was 5 years ago.
One more question. This is throughout all schools, or is it mainly just the feeder pattern with?
It's the entire district curriculum. We have it's embedded throughout our entire curriculum, so it's every campus, every teacher exposes their students to inquiry methods.
And if the teachers aren't using it, how can they find out more about it? What's the communication that we're?
So we offer several means of support for teachers. So we do an Inquiry Institute. It's a 3-day long training where the teachers, if you've never taught in an inquiry environment, it's a how do I do inquiry, and it gives you all the basic skills you need to teach in this kind of way. So we've had probably in the last 3 years over 800 teachers go through this institute.
And that's a district?
Yes. And so then we have follow-up to that. We do inquiry reunions where we bring teachers back and have them collaborate around how it's going. Like if you give teachers the option to have students generate questions, sometimes the classroom management of that, like you try it one way, it doesn't work. So then you need to collaborate with someone. How did you try it in your classroom? And what did you see that worked? What did you see that didn't work? So we do cross-collaboration that way through, we call them inquiry reunions. We have strategic design coaches that are, all of them are trained in the Inquiry Institute, and so they support our teachers in a more job-embedded approach to inquiry instruction.
Anyone else? I have a quick question just about, you talked about vocabulary instruction. Vocabulary instruction. Is that where you were talking about the activity before content? I mean, is that what that's about? So where they kind of, do you want to address that maybe?
That's the Velcro that Mr. Miller was talking about. Basically, you teach. I keep going back to the J form, and then I also think about when I teach when we've taught light and shadows. A lot of people will refer to the shadow around the shadow and the fuzziness and that, not really knowing what the name of that is. And so when we have the kids explore with light and shadows and they realize that light travels in a straight line and that once that light is blocked, it creates a shadow, and that fuzziness is actually called a penumbra, and the umbra is the actual shadow. They have already named it the fuzzy part. So they're already creating their vocabulary knowledge. They know what it is. They could probably define it for you without even having that dictionary.com definition in front of them. So it's just a deeper, more valuable way for kids to learn words and increase their vocabulary in the science area.
And this is just a quick question. What is screencasting? I don't even know what that is.
In chemistry, students often have to go home and watch tutorials. So they'll watch Khan Academy, for example. If you know about Khan Academy, that would be a screencast done in a not very exciting way. And so my students are, he made 300,000 screencasts, so I give him a break for that. But my kids are putting together their research, pictures, videos, and they're putting that together in an iPad app, numerous apps. They picked their own apps, and so they put that together, and then they record themselves teaching over a picture or over a graph. And so they're actually teaching the material. You get a link to that, and then on this Friday, actually, the links are due tomorrow, and on Friday we will watch all of the screencasts, and they will peer review them. They have their own grading rubric, and they'll grade one another, and I won't grade at all, which I like. So they grade much harder than I do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I will not be reading The Disappearing Spoon, just so you know. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. And to Mr. Miller's point, we've asked the question before about, measurement, and I think that that's important to all of us. But one of the common themes I hear as we've been doing this strategic design kind of update is, it seems to me everyone does say the same thing, that on some way, even though maybe we can't put it to numbers, and I certainly don't want to use our state test because I don't think that that's a true indicator of what's happening, but I think just the conversations that have come up about engagement and the depth of learning, and that's something that I continue to hear, and so I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all. And I imagine it's much more difficult to create those types of environments for learning than it is to perhaps just stand and deliver. So, thank you. Oh, okay, on to the ever-exciting financial reports by Dr. Burnett.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield. Members of the board, Dr. Waddell. You do have in your packet the financial report. It is through March 31st, which represents 7 months of our school year, or about 58%, a little more than 58% of the school year. If you look at the expenditures, we are lagging in our expenditures by about 54%, which is exactly where we would want to be. We would want to be spending less than what we have budgeted. So you have that in graphic form there at the toward the end of that, and then you also have the bond report, and the graphics on the bond report show you what our bonds sold to the bonds authorized, and you also have the listing of the expenditures on that as well, and then the construction report at the end of that. So if you have questions, we'll certainly try to answer those.
Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Cox?
Dr. Burnett, I just have a question about line item 410. The difference in the numbers is quite substantial, so I was just wondering what the reasoning is for that. Oh, it's on page 35.
In the instructional materials allotment, the budgeted $4.3 million. That has to do with those are some of our state dollars, and that has to do with the way we receive our state monies. We'll receive the bulk of them during the summer to get ready for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Dr. Burnett. Oh, you're up again. Oh, no. Did anyone have any questions about the construction?
We have Mr. Perry available, ready to provide an update on our construction project.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Burnett. Good evening. We usually start out with the 9th grade campuses. I'd like to change things up for just a minute. I'd like to talk about Camey and Griffin. Great progress out there. If you've had the opportunity to drive by the sites, you can see it's a great echo today. You can see the buildings coming along. We're going up with the walls. The contractor reports they're on time. Camey, for example, is on time for a December opening. And Griffin is scheduled to open June of 2015 in time for kids, in time for us to move in. We have the Satterfield-Ponticus folks with us tonight. They've prepared a brief slideshow to show the progress they've made since the last time they were here with you. I'd invite them to come up and go through that with you. Be glad to answer any questions either on Camey or Griffin now or after. Either way would be fine. But I know that Mel and his group would like to talk to you a little bit about the progress they're making.
Good evening. I think we've made significant progress over the past 6 weeks, hitting our targets that we know that we need to get in place in order to get the kids in school. I've got Dan Ben, one of our project superintendents here, to kind of walk you through where we've come from and where we're headed.
Good evening. Here's a photo of the 9th grade in arena at Marcus High School. If you notice the 9th grade wing, bottom right-hand corner of the photo, this was taken the last week of April, and that's where we are as of in the last 2.5 weeks. So we've made great strides. Come along with the exterior of the building. This is the main clear story corridor of Marcus 9th grade center. Also the classroom wing of Marcus 9th grade center. We're finishing out ceilings, grid ceilings, light fixtures, they're all going in now. Partitions will be coming soon. This is the science lab wing, following right behind the classroom wing. It's a Flower Mound 9th grade center. This was also taken the last week of April, and the entire envelope now at this time, we're about 95% complete with the exterior envelope. So made great strides here in the last 2.5 weeks. Brick going up, almost complete. The rotunda area of the 9th grade center. This is also the 2-story classroom science lab wing. Ceilings are going in, fixtures are going in. Same area. Upper 2nd floor of the same area. And more of the science lab and classroom wings. This is the main entry to the connection between the 9th grade and the main campus. And there's the entry leading into that space. Any questions?
Ms. Duke?
I just want to say thank you for stepping it up and really accelerating the work, because you can see the huge difference when you just drive by the Marcus campus. So we do appreciate the strides you guys are making to achieve the goal, so our students can be in that by the opening day in August. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Miller?
I agree with Ms. Duke. Great progress. I've seen it from out there, though, rather than here. So I wanted to give you an opportunity, though, to dispel any questions that the Marcus 9th grade campus will not be opening on. Just dispel the rumor that the campus won't be ready to open when the school starts in the fall.
Both campuses will be ready August 1st.
Thank you.
That is the correct answer, sir.
I just want to say, since this gentleman's been on board, he's done phenomenal things. It's just amazing progress. He's really a great professional in what he does.
Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn, did you have a question? No. Are there any other questions? No. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Dr. Rogers.
Speaking for Dr. Rogers, this item, a proposed change to TASB Board Policy DK Local Assignment and Schedules, was brought to you as an information item last month. Brenda West is here to answer any questions that you may have about transfers of staff.
Does anyone have any questions? No. I have a quick question, though. Can you just kind of recap on how y'all came? I mean, because this, I believe, was handled with a team or a committee of teachers and people who had actually been in these situations. So if you could maybe just recap that for us.
We went, it was a process that we started in October. We had 2
full-blown committee meetings where everybody was invited. We also did a Survey Monkey and got more than 1,900 results back, input from all stakeholders. And basically the two major changes in the policy is putting an end or a potential end in the employees being transferred or affected by transfers more than 3 times in a 5-year period. We've had not many, but if we could prevent 1 or 2 from them letting the music stop at some point of when they're being forced transferred, we wanted to take those steps. So we did. That's one of the changes, is having an opportunity to have the policy reflect a time when an employee has been transferred more than 3 times, then other factors go into that process. The other major change is in regard to elementary schools in the fall, when we have to do the reshuffling after we see student enrollment. We are asking for a campus volunteer instead of just at the affected grade level, and overall that benefits the whole campus if there's somebody at another grade level that may want to go voluntarily to another assignment instead of just at that specific grade level. And so that's one of the other major changes that we're proposing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Will this come back to us for approval? So in the interim, since we won't meet until June 19th, or middle of June, whatever that is, it's May 19th, if there are teachers that need to be shuffled around, would the district try and have this policy apply? Because I remember the teacher that spoke in one of the last 2 meetings about, she was moved around, and so she was always the low person on the totem pole. I assume you have some people that might qualify, given the new policy, that might want to move now or be considered for positions. Are they going to get penalized because we're going to wait another month on this?
Nobody that is currently being transferred falls into any of the categories that are being changed. The one for the fall, of course, doesn't happen until the fall, and the only employees that have been transferred more than 3 times out of the last 5 years was one of the ones that spoke at the last board meeting, and a resignation occurred at her campus, and she was allowed to go back. So those have all resolved themselves. This is just being preemptive down the road.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As Ms. West stated, this does not impact very many employees over the last few years, but when it does happen, it's very difficult on the employee. So it's not surprising that we don't have anyone in this particular situation right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions. Do you have a question? No. Okay. If there are no other questions, we're moving on to Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield. The first, hazardous bus routes. As the board is aware, we do run hazardous bus routes for those like over railroad crossings where there's no sidewalks for students to get to school, so on. This is basically a request by the TASB policy group recommending that we have a local policy for CNA. And as you can see with the proposed policy, it's very short. We will come back next month with actually the resolution where we will actually list every hazardous bus route as part of the resolution. So that 3rd page will be filled out for you to see all the hazardous bus routes, which we report at the end of the year.
Any questions? I just have one. When those bus routes are given to us, is that something that Durham, they evaluate on a yearly basis, I'm assuming, and so that they look at all the ones that we have and see if we're able to remove some? Because I know we've had a situation in the past where we had one and then I guess it just kind of fell under the radar and it really didn't qualify. So do they go and make sure that all of those still qualify before bringing those to us?
They look at those, certainly with some of the construction happening around our community. We might actually add some, but certainly they do that with student services.
Thank you. And you just keep talking. You're up next again.
Oh. Okay, the next item, the fun item, is standardized student handbooks and discipline matrix. I would like to recognize there was a committee of administrators, both principals and assistant principals. Some of those folks are here, so if you served on either the standardized student handbook or the discipline matrix, would you please stand? Thank you very much for your efforts. Really, and this was not an information item last month. We will bring this back to the board in June as far as the standardized handbooks. The matrix part of that is not part of board policy, so that will not be part of June's board meeting. Our goal really was to do two things. One, draft a standardized student handbook for each level, elementary, middle, and high school, where we could then post them online at both the campus websites and the district's website. And then also to develop an LISD discipline matrix where we could post that even for parents, where they could see what the actions or misbehaviors are and what would be the range of discipline or consequences at each level. Quite an undertaking, particularly for the second one. The first one with the student handbooks, we do get every year a TASB model student handbook, so that really is the template that we use and have used for years. As I said earlier, it's important when we talk about the discipline matrix part that that is not part of LISD Student Code of Conduct. We still will have a Student Code of Conduct, which you also will vote on. That's based on Texas Education Code, Chapter 37.001. That's an annual thing, and it is, and the discipline matrix is not part of board policy. I went through and tried to just give you some of the differences in the three levels of the handbook, so I'm going to focus on the handbooks first, and I apologize. I know they're long, and in general, of course, each of the different handbooks have different information regarding the STAR and EOC testing information because they're different at different grade levels. The tardies are addressed differently at campuses. They will, even though there will be this model student handbook for each level, every campus will have their own addendum because, for instance, some of them handle things different, whether they have Wednesday night school versus Thursday night school. Their schedule may be different. So there will be some short addenda added at each campus. Give you an example, for instance, tardies. The middle school handbook doesn't address specific times due to their various schedules. And yet the high school student handbook, students are counted absent at minute 21 to a class. All right, there you can be tardy up till the first 20 minutes in minute 21. That's standardized. Elementary students, for instance, aren't counted tardy until 9:30 a.m. because that's actually when we have to do the attendance for an elementary school. So we don't want to count a kid absent if they come before 9:30. So you can see some of the differences. For the high school handbook only, here's some of the things that only are shown in the high school handbook. For instance, class rank, GPA, highest ranking students. Certainly we wouldn't need that in another level. College admissions, college credit, driver's license. I'm hoping we don't have any middle schoolers out there driving. Grade level classification, graduation topics, who gets to talk at graduation, so on, parking, student speakers, and then voter registration. So those are just a list of some of the things that are different and only in the high school handbook. When we look at middle school and high school handbooks, there are a couple of things that are exactly the same. For instance, career and tech programs are found in both middle school and high school. Course credit, of course, is found in middle school and high school. The 90% rule, you have to be in attendance, so on. Then when we get and look at the elementary school handbook, these are the things, just a smattering of things that are listed only in the elementary school handbook. Absences. Not that absences aren't addressed in the others, but Elementary schools, the group, they will only accept a total of 3 parent notes per semester. After that, then the school will require a doctor's note or some other kind of special permission for a student to be absent. That's a string of absences. If I'm sick 5 days in a row, that would be considered one absence. Another one is celebrations. You know, they have lots of celebrations in elementary school but they're limited to, you know, particular parties, and it talks about who can bring food in, food allergies, so on. So sunscreen. You know, we have something in the elementary school handbook regarding sunscreen for kids that go on field trips, information on parties, dress code varies. You know, certainly we really don't run into many dress code issues in elementary schools, so that's really not an issue. And then just a couple of similarities between the elementary school and middle school handbook. Physical activities, how much time is required for students in both elementary and middle school. As far as physical activity, health screenings that we're required to do, you know, and our nurses do for every elementary student and every middle school student. So those are just some examples. I'd be more than happy to, you know, answer whatever questions you might have about the handbooks. We are still reviewing them, making sure that they're right. But we will, before the start of next school year, we will post those on both campus and district websites.
Any questions? Okay. Ms. Latham?
First of all, thank you, because I think I was the one that forced you into doing this. But I wanted to make sure that the student code of conduct and the student handbook will be the same for all elementary schools, all middle schools, all high schools.
That's absolutely right.
Okay. Second question. Where is the new dress code? Because on KRLD on my way to work this morning, I understood that I was voting on the dress code in the size of nose rings or something.
It's all over the news.
But I don't see the dress code in our board package, nor did I see a new dress code on our website. So
Yeah,
I know y'all are working on one.
And actually, that's a later item. It's nothing to do with voting on the dress code, but what you are voting on later this evening is about the purpose statement for the policy that deals with dress code.
Right. And I saw that. And I know that we'd had a committee working on updating the dress code and you know, picking and choosing what things really matter in today's times, but I've never seen a final version of the dress code. Where's that?
It's close to final. Excuse me. The only thing that is not final is, you know, if you remember when I presented this in April, or actually Ms. Godby presented in April, it's how to write the rule regarding streaks of color in the hair, which is what the committee wanted to look at. So it will be provided to you in June, but trying to write the verbiage for dress code and make sure it's enforceable and yet realistic is really what the committee's finalizing. So.
Okay. On the page 6 of the discipline matrix, I come to the sections that cover drug paraphernalia, drugs look-alike distribution, drugs look-alike possession. My first question is, what is look-alike? And then my second question is, I see here that there is a consequence of possible out-of-school suspension. These are law-breaking offenses, and I don't understand why it's not you're going to JJ.
Okay, let me first off, and I apologize, I broke the presentation into two groups. I talked about the handbook, so let me talk about the matrix, and then I'll certainly answer your question. You know, we did, as I said, the discipline matrix is not the student code of conduct, which you will vote on. Our goal, as you said, you certainly helped us with this task, is consistency. We will train all of our administrators this summer. It's currently being reviewed by our principals and administrators to make sure there aren't mistakes. We had 3 different committees working on the matrix, a group of elementary folks, a group of middle school folks, and a group of high school folks. They worked on theirs individually, and then myself, Mr. Ellington, and Ms. Godby put it together and then tried to make sure the progression made sense. In other words, it doesn't make sense that the elementary school is more harsh than the middle school, or
Right.
So as far as we use more in-class consequences for students in elementary. Certainly, we expect elementary consequences to be less than middle and high school. We would, of course, mandatory placement offenses, DAP or JJAP, are not something that the committee can decide. That's a student code of conduct issue. So, and then we'll talk about AUP if you bring it up. Actually, I have a list of the minor and major. So, page 6. I think it was page 6.
Yes. Look-alike distribution, look-alike possession.
Okay, let me. A look-alike drug is, for instance, if I took something and sold it to you, or gave it to you, saying, "Hey, Ms. Latham, take this drug."
Tell me Coke and it's really sheetrock?
Yeah, that would be a look-alike drug. Okay.
That's
an
what that
example.
means.
That's absolutely right.
Okay.
Now, you asked about the possible OSS. We use out-of-school suspension normally to buy ourselves some time before we send the kid to JJ or we send the kid to DAP. In other words, let's say a student had a consequence and required DAP today. And I call DAP and I can't get them in until Thursday. Okay? Then I would suspend that student pending the placement to DAP or JJAP. So that's why it says possible. If they can get them in tomorrow, there's no reason to kick them and have them stay at home before they start the placement. It just buys us some time. And of course, the maximum out-of-school suspension is 3 days by law.
Okay,
Good
and
question.
then on page 7, drugs and alcohol possession, it says possible under middle school and high school, possible, actually elementary school too, Lord. Possible OSS and DAEP for the first offense, and I was curious why they wouldn't go to JJAEP since that too is breaking the law. It's not just breaking a school rule.
If you remember, probably 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, in the past, when we had a zero tolerance policy, we actually sent every kid, whether they were in possession or selling or distributing, we sent them all to JJ. 2 or 3 years ago, the state and attorneys recommended that we do away with zero tolerance policies because there's black and white, and sometimes there's some gray, which we did, which meant that students in possession of drugs or alcohol now we place at our local DAP housed in the Learning Center. But if a student is distributing or selling drugs or alcohol, we still send them to JJ. So that's the difference in possessing versus, so it's our way of getting rid of the zero tolerance policy.
Okay, and my last question, I believe. No, I have 2 more. Gang-related activity, SRO intervention.
Okay.
That's on page 10.
Thank you.
Define gang-related activity, because we have had instances in the past where if you were all red, you got in trouble for being in a gang, or if you, what is that defined as?
Actually, that's the same question that I asked, and is actually going to be defined in our student code of conduct, because I didn't want a kid that wrote, if they're watching something on AMC and they all this graffiti stuff and they write it on their binder, I don't want a kid automatically sent away for gang-related activity.
Or holding up signs that mean something different, but happens to be a coincidental gang sign.
So that's where the judgment, the gray area for administrators would enter into it. And yet at the same time, and we don't have that much gang-related activity, but we do, and we certainly want to send those kids a very tough message if that's the case, and so that's why. But we will have that defined as far as in our student code of conduct, which then we would rely on. Good question.
And you actually already answered my other question, so thank you, sir. I'm done, Ms. Fry.
All right, Ms. Cox.
Just two real quick questions. I want to talk about the disciplinary matrix.
Okay.
One is you kind of answered it, but just to confirm that we will be putting that on the website.
Yes, ma'am.
And I also wanted to thank the committee for their hard work and time and putting effort into this. I really appreciate it. The second question is in some of the documentation, it talks about deviating from the matrix. Will administrators be allowed to do that, and how will that be handled?
Administrators, actually by law, and I think I attached the attorneys, what they wrote. I think, let me read what it says, and we actually put it at the top of every page. The principles may vary from the matrix provided the consequence, and this is the important part, the consequence does not fall outside the circumstances, conditions, and guidelines specific in the Student Code of Conduct. Student Code of Conduct, which is Texas Education Code 37.01, certainly overrides everything. What we've tried to do is give ranges for administrators. In other words, if you're going to be put in ISS for the first offense, it might be from 1 to 3 days. Give them some latitude as far as what the consequence should be within. If they deviate from that, if it's a serious deviation, then they will be asked to notify myself or the zone leader or Mr. Ellington. So, but I don't see that as a major problem, Ms. Cox, but sometimes there might be some deviation. It may mean that at the end of next year, we use the rationale for their deviation as a reason to tweak our matrix. In other words, okay, that didn't make sense, let's change it, by experience. So, but we will have in place a measure to where they will have to, double check with us if it's something serious.
Just one. So it had addressed in there in that letter from the attorney that they would need to document that. So each time they deviate from the matrix, that would need to just be documented.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hassett?
Okay, I know that we're not actually going to be voting on the discipline matrix, and I emailed you really, really late. The technology and the discipline. AUP. Starting to learn the TLA, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
And three-letter acronym. Technology. We have a set of rules to abide by for the technology, which makes sense, although it's not as detailed as the discipline matrix that the principals could use. So are we thinking of including the technology part in the discipline matrix to be more specific to the elementary level? And if not, I'm wondering, or how do we even deal? We deal with bullying, pornography, kids' pornography. My specific question lately is some of the social media that the kids are doing, Yik Yak, Gaggle, some of these truly egregious things that the kids are doing with these social medias, and would that fall under misuse of technology or bullying, and how does this add a level of frustration to the principals? Does this help them?
Well, we certainly intend for it to help principals. Great question. One of the things, as you see on the matrix, is we have taken AUP, acceptable use policy, which is, the use of technology. Every student, every staff member signs that. And we broken it into minor and major offenses. So let me give you an example, and it sort of clarifies, and we will provide these examples certainly to parents when we post it. A minor violation of AUP might be a student deletes something on another student's iPad without permission, or they're playing a game without permission during class, or they're sharing their login. You're not supposed to share your logins. That would be some examples of minor. Versus a major would be, hey, you saved some inappropriate material on a district-owned device, or you're using the district's technology for cyberbullying, or you've intentionally downloaded a virus into the system. Those would be some major violations. So when you look at the consequences, certainly for high school, middle and high school, we're going to possibly take your device away for a period of time and give you another consequence. In other words, ISS, DAP, whatever, you know. It's not quite that stringent in elementary school, but if they keep doing the same thing for the third time, you know, really discipline is meant to teach children. I mean, that's what discipline's about. And so we will certainly find the answer to teach the child. You know, that's why you'll see ISS 3 to 5 days plus loss of electronic privileges or the device for a certain number of days. So we would take that away once we get to that step. Does that answer your question?
Mostly. Does that mean you probably will not include it in the matrix? You'll just leave it?
Well, yeah, for us, the AUP violations are that is part of the matrix. It's in the matrix, the AUP violations, minor and major. So that is the use of technology in our schools. Also, a student could use technology and get an additional consequence. So if they're using our technology and also harassing a student, they could actually lose their device and they will be consequenced for harassment. So sometimes, you know, consequences can be used jointly.
I have one more question.
Sure.
On those particular 3 handbooks, the elementary and the high school, have it. You already know what I'm going to say?
No.
No, okay. Spell out the acceptable use policy, and middle school actually just refers you, just a one-liner, to go read it yourself. And I was just wondering if you're going to give the same verbiage in the middle school as you do in the elementary and the
I would assume the committee will find the same verbiage. Mr. Ellington will work on that tomorrow. Thanks for helping us edit.
Mr. Miller?
Dr. Rogers and the committee, I guess what you know, kind of in line with what Ms. Hassett's talking about, where you transition from the matrix in an acceptable use policy of minor offenses to criminal offenses. I think to the extent that that's less of a gray area for the administrators, it protects them and us. So if there's cyberbullying, which I think could be considered a felony, then there's no in-school suspension as an option. And I'm not sure that it's a felony, by the way, but let's just assume that it is. The option is not the matrix and sending them to JJP or DAP or in-school suspension. It is the SRO takes control of it, and they are then on a different path. The same with, I think, drug distribution versus possession. Drug distribution, it's my understanding the state wanted to have get rid of schoolyard drug dealers, so there was a zero tolerance policy on distribution versus possession. So I think to the extent that the law takes over, that should be black and white for the administrator for their own protection.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller, that's absolutely right. We will certainly deal with serious behaviors as serious as we can, which means if it warrants, we will certainly involve our SROs or the police if they don't have a SRO. And really, I believe, as you state, that the matrix will assist our administrators. And, of course, our ultimate goal is to be consistent and to provide some input, you know, and allow parents to sort of understand the process, too.
Ms. Vaughn?
Thank you, committee and Dr. Rogers, and I think it will be very helpful for the parents to have that matrix out there, and I just ask that you would spell out all those abbreviations so we know what that all means. And then the other comment was when you're talking further about it and considering training and discussion with principals and such, that you consider how we can get those kids in ISS engaged in learning rather than sitting there all day with some worksheets and not getting any kind of instruction. So I would just ask that you consider that. So thank you.
Absolutely. There's no doubt that if students are engaged as far as in the classroom, then they're less likely to be put in ISS. So that doesn't mean every student that is in ISS you know, it was the teacher's fault. I want to make that clear, and I know you're not saying that, but we will have that discussion when we're training administrators and what can we do to better serve kids if they're not in the classroom.
Perfect.
How do you define horseplay?
You know, Mr. Ellington, I might let you interpret that, but really, you know, just joking around in the hallway, pushing each other, but, you know, between two friends, but it can lead to, you know, something more serious. Anything else you want to add?
I'll give you a quick story. When my son was in elementary, he had to have lonely lunch for stealing his friend's shoe on the playground.
Okay. That would be a good example of horseplay.
I was this close to getting out of this completely.
I was doing my best to do that.
You were
Mr.
doing
Ellington.
a good job, too. One of the things we tried to do was give different names that principals could choose when they're issuing discipline to kids. For instance, one principal may call horseplay, as he said, just, you know, walk down the hall and you kind of shove the kid and you go on about your business, and maybe you were joking, but the kid didn't take it as a joke. So that would be considered horseplay because it wasn't really physical combat. Whereas if the principal thought that was more serious and that kid actually wasn't in a joking mood and just, you know, elbowed him as he went by, then we're not going to use the term horseplay. We're going to use the term inappropriate physical contact, which carries a little more weight than just horseplay. We're simply trying to give our principals some options because it's, I mean, you're talking a huge gamut when you're talking about discipline. They need as many options as they can to, you know, designate exactly what they think that was that occurred.
All right. There are no other questions? Well,
Thank you very much.
Well, you're still up.
Oh,
School
I'm
bus
sorry.
safety.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, school bus safety that I presented last month. Certainly, we took an informal survey of some of our drivers on 8 routes and found out, you know, that certainly we're having people pass school buses with the stop arm out. We mentioned this with our meeting with the police chiefs and fire chiefs and put that on. We run 229 bus routes, and so we then on May 5th, LISD, or Durham Transportation, as part of LISD, did a system-wide survey for one day, and you can see that there were 308 passes illegally around our school buses. I mean, that's ridiculous. And then actually, Lewisville PD sort of helped us with some data, and on May 8th, they followed eight of our routes in the morning and in the afternoon. They wrote 19 tickets in that one day. So certainly we believe there's a need for us to do this. Our purchasing department has gone out for a request for proposals, RFP, to see what companies are interested in doing this. Certainly, we don't see it as a money-making thing for the district. We see it as a safety issue. So that's where we will proceed. We will report back to you next month when we have more information.
Yes, Ms. Latham?
So if I understand how this works, if we have a system on the bus itself and someone violates the law and drives past that stop arm, then the municipality could issue a citation to that driver. But don't the school districts get a portion of the proceeds from tickets issued in school zones and whatnot?
Well, I don't want to speak for how it will work until the RFP, but typically the company that you know puts the cameras in, they're going to get a large portion of, because they're the ones that have paid for all the cameras. When
Stop. So, who pays for the cameras to be installed? Durham?
No, the company that we've gone out for proposal pays
Okay.
for the cameras.
Okay.
If I can interject, the business side of this kind of works. The company will come in and at no cost to the school district. At least that's the outline of the business model, and we're still waiting for the RFP to come in to verify the details. But the companies will come in and they'll put in video cameras, and the video cameras will similar to stoplight cameras. They will get a video of the infraction. They will review the video with their staff, and if they feel like that there was in fact an infraction, they will send that to the respective police department, and then the police department will actually enter the citation. The collection will be done by the company, and then the money distributed according to the agreement that's negotiated with the company through the RFP process. So it could look something like a 60-20-20 split, with 20% going to the district and 20% going to the police department. Now, I'm making that up. We don't know what that's going to be yet.
Because we do get to retain some of the revenue off of tickets issued in school zones, right?
We don't get any of that revenue. We get the revenue. We would get revenue for these violations, and the company then would have, once we identify and approve the successful vendor, the company would then work with the cities and the municipalities about getting the enabling ordinances and doing the legal infrastructure to allow the cities to actually issue the tickets.
Okay, thanks.
And that may not be a very fast process, given the different municipalities and all their related ordinances and processes they have to go through.
Ms. Hassett?
Have you found out if Durham is amiable to installing these on their buses yet?
They have indicated that they would welcome the opportunity to have some more cameras on their buses. But they probably will be interested in discussing with us how they're going to be compensated for that.
All right. If there are no more questions on that, we will move into action. These are items that are before us for the third time, where we are taking action and moving forward. So, Dr. Burnett. Sorry, I'm new at this. All right. Could someone make a motion?
I make a motion to consider the approval of resolution interlocal agreement for construction, maintenance of hike and bike trail, and permanent public access easement on Vickery Elementary School property in Flower Mound, Texas.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. And Ms. Hassett seconds. All right. Is there discussion? Okay. Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, that motion carries unanimously. Moving on to consider approval of granting the superintendent authority to hire professional employment positions until the next regularly scheduled board meeting. I need a motion.
I make a motion for approval.
Second, Ms. Latham. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor? Aye. Sorry. All those opposed? Okay, thank you. That carries unanimously. All right, moving on. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion we consider approval for proposed changes to TASB Board Policy FNCA Local Student Conduct Dress Code Strategic Design Goal number 1.9.
Thank you, Ms. Duke and Ms. Vaughn. Is there any discussion?
I just want to point out what that means, since KRLD announced to the world this morning that we were studying nose rings or something like that. This is only addressing the very first paragraph of that policy to make it more in line with strategic design. In no way is the entire dress code being determined or voted on tonight. That will come to us, as Dr. Rogers said earlier, sometime in June.
Yes, ma'am, and I do want to remind you that the actual dress code is not a board action. We will bring that to you, just the final product as an information item.
You want to, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Miller.
Just thought for consideration, this probably would have been a good thing to do before the survey, because the purpose of a policy tends to lend some direction to those who answer the policy. And I'm sure that you've got a lot of responses that were based on personal opinion, personal preference, how some parents would let their kids dress versus maybe some leniency on the other side. So, y'all will be working through that. It's no small task, I'm sure, but it just seems to me that kind of going forward, having the purpose statement versus, we're taking away things like hygiene, the purpose was to promote better hygiene, that type of thing. That's gone, and the purpose is a little bit different. So just, I think next time, maybe changing that up front would be good, and then it would set the tone for the people responding to it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Miller, and the purpose statement was one of the things that the committee, the dress code committee that has been meeting for the last year and a half, recommended. The survey then got inserted, so I understand the order question. There were a lot of things from the survey, and the committee then sort of boiled it down to 4 or 5 things that they wanted to sort of tackle at this time, and that's how this came about. But I understand your point.
Anything else? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Okay. We are moving on to the consent agenda. Before we begin, is there anything that needs to be pulled? Yes, Ms. Latham? Okay. 2D. And Ms. Cox?
I'd like to pull G1. Yeah, 2G1,
okay.
2H2, 2H13, and 2H15.
All right. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
I would like to pull I think it's 2F. No, it's not 2F. Dr. Rogers, where's the, is it 2F?
The revision of the
yeah.
TASB policy?
2E, the Air Force.
Okay.
And then I think Ms. Cox pulled 2H13 and 2H15, and I'd like to pull 2H23.
Okay, so if we could make a motion, yes.
Make a motion to approve all consent agenda items with the exception of 2D, 2E, 2G1, 2H2, 2H13, 2H15, and 2H23.
Ms. Latham, I think a second. Miller? No. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Nay, never. Okay, that carries. So, Ms. Latham, if you would like to, if I can get a motion to address 2D. Oh, you're abstaining? Okay, all right.
I make a motion to address 2D.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Duke, Ms. Miller. Is there, right. Do we have any discussion? Okay, All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries.
Let the record show that
yes.
Latham abstained
Latham
from that vote,
abstained.
please.
All right, could I get someone to make a motion to address 2E?
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we consider approval of the Air Force and Navy Reserve Officer Training Corps Memorandum of Understanding.
Do I have a second? Bassett, seconds. All right, is there a discussion?
So I pulled this, I support it, but Dr. Rogers, I thought it would be good to explain it for the edification of the audience and just, a little clarity around what we're doing here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Miller. We have 5 junior ROTC programs. Each of our high schools has one. On occasion, we have to renew the Memorandum of Understanding. That's what we're doing with this one as far as the Air Force Junior ROTC. But one of the other things that is being done is, if you notice on page 5 of 11 of the actual MOU, they are now only going to pay us for 10 months for the instructors versus in the past it's been for 12 months. So what we have in discussions with HR decided is for those branches of the service that are changing the way they pay and do 10 months, then any future hiring of our junior ROTC instructors, we would also only pay them for 10 months. We split, that split, and we would certainly grandfather everyone, even if their branch has changed it. We would not change anything for any current employee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Now to 2G1.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 2G1 for the athletic training equipment and supplies.
Do I have a second? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for seconding that. Do I have some discussion? Yes.
I just wanted a point of clarification that on item number 17 and 18, they were much higher on the proposal, so I was just curious why that amount was higher from the other bids.
The bids are for the athletic department, and we asked them to review those. And Mr. Mays, you want to address them?
Yes, Ms. Cox.
Point out to what 17 and 18 was for everybody as well.
And Craig, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's taping and wraps.
Yes.
And I'll go ahead and explain the athletic training part of it too. This is taping, like athletic tape and wrap packaging that comes in bulk. And I will be very honest with the board. It's rare with athletic training materials where when we write the initial specs that we don't go with what our head trainers say. So if it's a tape, a wrap, a brace that can be affected by time or moisture in a negative way where it won't last very long or it won't ensure student safety. If it's not exactly as it's spec'd, we rarely go with the lower bid if we get the exact spec from the company that we're awarding the bid to. So to answer your question, this product withstands the time, moisture, the stress of the product in an athletic event or practice more so than the other ones that didn't meet the spec.
So this is what your athletic trainers and assistants asked for specifically?
Yes, the 5 high school trainers for not only their high schools but their feeder pattern.
All right, thank you. Is there any more discussion? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Okay, 2H13.
Page 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped it. So yes, 2H2.
I'll make a motion to approve the plumbing services.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cox, seconded by Ms. Latham. All right, Ms. Cox, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I just wanted clarification on, in our board packet, it showed that some of the costs were included in the coffee bistros of the high school, and I just wanted that cost clarification so I could have a better understanding, that they including that in the cost.
This is our annual bid for plumbing, and when we do these bids, we try to give you a comparison between what it cost us, what we anticipated it cost for 14-15 and what the costs were in previous years. And the cost changed, as you note on the backup sheet. We're anticipating that we would spend $109,000, but we spent a lot more than that in the previous year because of the expenses of the bistros. We used the plumbing services to to help us with the installation of the bistros at the 3 high schools, Hebron, LHS, and the Colony. And the plumbing was just part of that installation, but it was done using our food service monies. So if we had described some of our other trades, they may vary because of the use of those, of the installation of those bistros as well.
So the cost wasn't in the 9th grade campus center's budget, it was in the food service budget?
These bistros were installed last year through the food service initiative, and they were not part of either bond funds or the 9th grade centers. These were the ones that were done at the Colony, at LHS, and at Hebron.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to this is the one I just did. 2H13. I need a motion. You pulled it.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve Apple Max products, software, and services using Title I expenditures, DIR-SDD-2068.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I need a second. Thank you, Ms. Duke. All right, is there discussion? Yes. Ms. Hassett.
What do the campuses typically use the Title I money for normally?
The Title I expenditures are utilized, about 40% of it is utilized for personnel, and about 45% of it's used for supplies, and they are also used in our summer school programs. The Title I are our supplement, where we supplement those students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, and are either in summer school programs or in their school-wide programs. And I think if you would like to know more about the actual content of the program, Dr. Riddell or perhaps some of their staff may want to address that.
One other question on the supplies. Are you meaning the supplies in the classrooms that teachers don't have to go use their own personal funds? What supplies were you?
Yes, classroom supplies.
Classroom supplies.
Yes, Ms. Cox.
I would like you to clarify that, Dr. Riddell, please.
We have 2 people who spent the weekend getting this ready for you. So if Dr. Lewis and Mrs. Rapp could come on down. And we have 2 of our fabulous principals speaking on this as well.
Push the button.
principals that will be running the summer program. So if you have any additional questions as to specifics. So here we are. I'm sorry. In the question again, please.
I'd like to know how the program will work with the purchase of these items.
When in the summer programming, anybody want to? Well,
we have different programs. So like at Hedrick, we'll be meeting all summer. The students, every student is eligible to attend. They meet 2 days a week all throughout the summer, and so we'll be using the iPads in our instruction and to show enrichment with our students.
Currently, no classroom iPads?
No, our school participates where all fourth graders have an iPad, but we have 588 students, so that's only 100 students.
Yeah. Hedrick is not a 1-to-X school.
No.
And then Vickery, Patricia Cheatham is the principal.
We are not a 1-to-X campus either. Currently, our fourth graders have the iPads. We do have some iPads on campus that we purchased with Title I funds several years ago before iPads were being rolled out in the district. This small purchase is to add to that. We currently have, with the strategic design, all of our 575 kiddos have e-portfolios where to look at the assessments and track and collect their progress. So the kiddos use the iPads to enter things, create, analyze, create products of their learning and enter those into their e-portfolios. They will be continuing that during the summer school program to track their interventions and their growth.
And it's my understanding that these will be classroom sets, or they're not going home with the students. Is that correct? Or?
These do not go home at Vickery. They do not go home with the students. They stay on campus. They're entered into the Eduphoria system, and teachers check them out in small sets for the grade levels and share to be utilized in the classroom by students.
Just a quick testimonial to what they're speaking to tonight. Last summer, or every summer, we run a summer program for our secondary ESL students who are some of our most recent newcomers to the country that do not have a lot of English language behind them. We call it SOAR. And we've invited the board members both summers. Ms. Sheffield has come to see the showcase. And last summer was the first time where we used Title III funds to provide iPads as a part of that experience. The kids were overjoyed with having that opportunity to build their leadership capacity around something that's so completely foreign to them, not something that they get to experience on a regular basis. My voice trembles a little bit because I get so passionate about what we saw. So it's not like instructional materials. That doesn't make you cry. But I will tell you that they got to go back to their schools and be leaders about a divide with technology in a way that they normally don't get to be because they don't have a lot of language behind them. So we'll have that again this summer, and I hope you'll come see it because it's amazing. So I'm so sorry.
This will be the first year that Hedrick and Vickery will be offering something in the summer, so we wanted to provide the same level of experience for them as well. So that's why the technology is here before you tonight in the consent item.
Mr. Miller?
A couple of questions. I intend to support the item. My issue really is Title I money being used for it. So just a few questions, though, as we've been having the discussion here. What percentage of the students, you said 580 or so, if I remember, would be taking summer school programs?
Well, we have several sets of programs, and with Title I, we cannot supplant what we're required to do by law. So we have a requirement for our youngest learners, and that's separate from this. We have a requirement for our STAR retesters, that's separate from this. So everybody in between can come to summer school if they want to. So the numbers of that we are not exactly sure right at this moment.
Okay. The reason I wanted this pulled was because of the use of Title I money. It seems like if there were a 1X need, which I'll save for another day, but if there were, what you've got is a perfect chance to change learning. And to make you use Title I money just seem, and I'm not the expert here, just seems that, since we have bond money that could be used for your school, using Title I money for that you could use for other things, and I think the question was asked about, how would the Title I money be used? What would you do differently if you didn't have to use the Title I money and we could fund it from another source? And Dr. Burnett, I'm not suggesting changing that at this point, but it just seems to me that it's a valid question to make a campus that has a significant need to change learning. And if we want to talk about transforming learning and digital learning and 1X and all this other stuff, you emotionally represented that. And now we're going to make you use your Title I federal money to get those devices. So would you do something different with that money if those devices were coming your way already?
We do quite a bit with our Title I money, large intervention programs. Very happy to say we increased our scores by 14% just in the first go-around because of the intervention systems that we've been using based on Title I money. It was a campus decision with student input and staff input to purchase these iPads, not to be a 1-to-X where students take them home and they have that kind of ownership. They really are meant to be just another tool in the classroom. Title I, as you know, serves to close achievement gaps, and we are working on that through closing not only achievement gaps but the access gaps with the technology that many of our kiddos don't have the opportunity to learn or experience at home.
If we didn't need that money for the iPads, we would be looking at personnel issues to make smaller class sizes. And then we would also be looking at more parent involvement, so opportunities for them and how we could involve them in the community. And then staff development would have been our third choice with our staff.
So I guess from my perspective, I would like the district to consider if there was a way for this to be funded. I know it's not a 1X campus, but if, again, anything fits in the model that we're trying to do to close the achievement gap, as was mentioned, this is it. Hate to see them use their, and I think I mentioned it, Dr. Burnett, the other day, I hate to see them use their Title I money for this. But the agenda item says Title I expenditures. So the only options we have, I think, given the agenda item, the way it's written, are to say no to it, and then the district could fund the devices through another fund, and then you could use your Title I expenditures. Otherwise, we would have to, and I'm sorry if I'm confusing it, but otherwise we would have to approve the item and use the Title I money the way the agenda item's written.
Let me comment on that a little bit. Title money is, of course, to supplement, not supplant. We made a decision last year not to put iPads, except for in test pilot schools, across the district through kindergarten through third grade. Part of that was because we wanted to take more time to think about that as, whether we actually want to do a one-to-one implementation at that level and have more time to study it. Part of it was a economic decision. The advantage that we weren't spending as much money on technology by not putting it into those lower grades. The whole purpose behind Title I historically has been to allow campuses that have kids that are at risk based on socioeconomic status, that's how they decided, to be able to choose to do things that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do. And in this case, they're not otherwise able to offer technology because we chose not to do that K-3, and that's for every school. It's always been the case that those schools that are not Title I don't have as much access to funding as Title I schools do. So you can change what the purchases are, but it still comes down to Title I schools have options because of that Title I money to do something they wouldn't otherwise do. I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate it. But we might be in a situation, if we said that for Title I schools, that we'd also have to look at that for non-title schools as well, because they would want that same access. This gives these title schools the opportunity to get something that's not available to others because they have availability of Title I resources, if that makes sense.
I do think it makes sense, and I appreciate that. I think we're letting a Title I, we've got a policy in place on the way devices are distributed to schools. We're allowing 2 schools to essentially cause us to modify that policy because they've got Title I money. And so the policy becomes, in this situation, is really doesn't apply because they're going to use Title I money to go outside the policy. Therefore, since they're likely to get those devices ultimately anyway, that's my biggest concern. Depriving them of Title I dollars when we may in this, over the next couple months, decide that we would give them anyway. And so I'm going to support the item that, Dr. Waddell, the way that you and Dr. Burnett suggest it. I just am confused about depriving you of Title I money when we have bond money allocated for devices for up to 52,000 students. Regardless of the technical policy of rolling them out, we have money allocated for that. So I'm trying to protect the school's ability to use that money and then get the iPads and do what they want to do to close the achievement gap versus spend their Title I money and then on devices. I think I made my point. Okay.
Yes, Ms. Duke?
I just want to, I think what we're doing for these Title I campuses is we're allowing these students opportunity. I mean, I have to wholeheartedly say that. We have to be fiscally responsible, but we can give them this opportunity through this money that's used for specific things that those kids wouldn't otherwise have. And I see why these 2 schools are asking for it. Being on those campuses, this is what you want. And then maybe in the future it can be 1 to X. We have to decide that as time goes by, but I just think we're giving them such opportunity, and I appreciate what y'all are doing in the schools, what you're teaching all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Ms. Duke's saying. For clarification, I agree we should do it. I'm trying to say we shouldn't make you use your Title I money. So I think you're doing the right things. I'd like to see us fund it differently. So I think we're in agreement except for how the funding comes and forcing you to use the Title I money. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so I just have a question. So have y'all done these summer programs before at Vickery and Hedrick, or will this be a first time?
The first time.
And so will this be an elementary type of SOAR? Is it the same type of thing?
They'll be very different because the one thing that this type of opportunity allows is each one of these campuses design based on what their student needs are. So they have to do a comprehensive needs assessment in order to drive the design of what the programming looks like, because the gaps will be different at each campus. So it will be maybe a flavor of SOAR in an elementary age, but it will probably extend beyond that. It'll be beyond just oral language development, because Title I also requires emphasis in the core areas of math, science, social studies, and language arts. So it's a little, it has a little different flavor to it, but it looks a little bit younger.
So are these programs, that you have them on your campuses because it's something that you wanted? Like it?
In the summer, yes.
Yes. On my campus, like Dr. Lewis was saying, there are mandated programs for the youngest learners in the 5th grade. We're capturing the in-between grades, first going to second, second going to third, third going to fourth, in the specific areas of reading and math for our at-risk kiddos.
All right, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Ms. Latham?
So this is only open to those at-risk kids at that campus? It's not open to the entire district?
No, it's the student population of the schools. And they're both school-wide Title I programs, so anyone who is in attendance can come to those programs as well.
But just for those schools?
Yes, because that's what the principals have designed for this summer. The nice thing about Title I now is that there's a lot of operational flexibility about what you want to provide for your students and how you want to use your money. And so these two campus principals see the need for the extended learning opportunities in the summer, which is something that Title I encourages.
Right, and I understand that. I just wanted to make sure everyone else understood that it was just for their campus. It's not open to the entire district if you're Title I or at risk. Right, thanks.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to I need a motion to consider 2H15.
Let me find it here. I want to look at the language on it. Sorry.
That's data collection consulting.
I'd like to I may not vote for my own motion, by the way, but I'd like to make a motion that we approve the data collection consulting contract as proposed by the district.
I have a motion. I need a second. Thank you, Ms. Latham. All right, Mr. Miller, would you like to speak to your motion?
I guess I have a couple questions here. I'd like to, as I looked at this after we met with the staff, and I looked at the recommendation, it says that the Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees approved the procurement of data collection consulting with the following consultants. So I think to some degree we're ratifying the purchase of professional services in this agreement, but we're also, I believe, the term is 12 months, and we're talking about 12 months going forward? It's completed?
The work has been completed. I'm not sure that they've all been paid, but the work has been completed.
Okay.
When and these Ms. Brown may want to speak more to it, but when we began with our evaluation structure for the 1 to X, we needed some boots on the ground to do walkthroughs, collect data at the campus level. When we surveyed what was out there, we found some companies that they would be willing to do it and through a contract, but they were in excess of $100,000. The IT department reviewed what was available to them and found a way that they could structure what the information that they needed to obtain in a way from some retirees, and they ended up doing that at a much reduced cost. So their role was to collect the data, and the IT department is using that as part of their evaluation of 1 to X, which I think is being scheduled at soon. I'm not sure what the timeline of that is, but anyway, please correct me if I've missed anything, Ms. Brown.
That is exactly right. This is really just a part, and the data will be used as part of the program review. They actually they walked in 770 classrooms of the 1 to X campuses, and every campus received 3 different walks, and they did go at various times during the day.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Brown. So
let me further add that had we done this with a contracted firm, then we would have had a contract with you. But because they were individual professional services, there was some confusion about at what level they needed to be and when. And so we're bringing it to you now, and it wouldn't ordinarily have been our first, but it is work that's already been done.
Yeah. I have no doubt you got a good deal. I mean, Dr. Waddell tells me you forget your wallet every time you guys go to lunch, so I'm sure that's the practice of a good CFO. But I do have a couple questions as we consider this in the context of this going forward, and I think it's consistent with the agenda item that I requested earlier after Ms. Bao spoke. But what I'd like to see, and Barbara, maybe you and I could even meet before the workshop, but I'd like to see this work in the context of an overall work plan of 1X and then what it's doing to impact the entire district. How do the walkthroughs complement maybe some of the reporting that you get today? And will this continue into 2014, 2015? Because we've got a very short amount of time for the board to review some of the results of this work, given the July hiatus, I guess, and then getting into August. So there are just a number of questions I have about the work and how it fits into kind of a bigger picture, and maybe we can address that either via agenda or through some separate meetings, if that's okay.
Yes, I do look forward to working with you on that topic.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Cox?
I just have a couple questions, Ms. Brown. If the work has already been done, I guess why are we voting on it? If it's already been, why wouldn't we have voted on it? And I guess I'm just confused.
The cumulative total is more than $20,000.
Okay.
The board has to approve it.
Okay.
So in order to finish out paying the people, we need to get board approval.
Okay. And then my other question was there like a criteria? Could you just explain to me how the process worked? Like, was the criteria everybody had when they went in place in the rooms? And how did the people judge, being different people that went into the classrooms?
Yes, each person, they did have the same document, the same form, and they as they walked in the room, one area was to respond to the percentage of students with access to a device. They looked at the percentage of students that used their own device, the percentage of students that used a district-issued iPad. Were the MacBook Airs being used? What were the students doing? Were they using the technology at a high level for content creation? Was it for collaboration with digital tools? Was it for note-taking? So there were various items that they looked for, but they did all have the same form that they used to collect their data.
Okay, and were they like random visits, or were they scheduled visits, or how were the visits scheduled?
The principals were aware that there would be walkthroughs, but not exactly as to when.
Thank you.
This may be a dumb question, Ms. Brown, but I'm sitting here thinking we couldn't gather that data through our own network information? Like, can't we identify if it's an LISD device or not that's hitting our IP? And can't we tell what the students are doing if they're taking, well, I guess you can't tell if they're taking notes unless they save them to the network. Never mind, I pull my question back.
Yes, Ms. Hassett?
Probably just a rookie question. Why didn't you think it was going to be more than $20,000 at the start of it? I mean, why wasn't it?
We were working with 8 individuals, and it was really $4,500 per individual.
At the beginning, though? So that, why wasn't it brought to the board at the beginning instead of at the end, if you thought at the beginning it might be more than $20,000?
We didn't, because it was 8 different individuals at $4,500 each instead of a combination.
We were under the impression at the beginning that it was not calculated as an aggregate, that you just had a $4,500 expenditure.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Miller?
I think back to Ms. Cox or Ms. Hassett's question. So these were retirees, mostly?
Mostly.
That I assume have pretty up-to-date skills on device usage?
Certainly.
Okay. And there's a rubric that goes along with it, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay, so then maybe we could take a look at that as well. Okay. All right.
Hang on, I have
All right,
one
Ms. Latham.
question now. Okay, we agreed to hire 8 people at $4,500 apiece, right? And we didn't know when we hired them that if we had 8 of them at $4,500 apiece, it would exceed $20,000?
The issue is a whole lot like hiring a substitute. And the aggregate substitutes cost the district over $500,000. But when we hire each individual substitute, we don't come for approval. And originally, that was the thought behind. You had a consultant, and you were going to pay that person. You weren't paying that person more than $20,000. It was only after we began to look at it and we started checking with our, about the category that we realized, hey, this is going to be more than $20,000, and we need to take it to the board. Simply because we were treating them as a class of expenditures instead of as individual.
Do you have another question? Ms. Cox?
Just more of a comment. I'm going to support this motion, but in essence, I really don't support this motion. I really would have rather had more information going into this before making a decision. But obviously, these people have done the work, so I don't want to not pay them for services they've rendered. But I'm really not in support of this consent agenda item. I just want it to go on the record.
I think we recognize that and we understand that, and this would not be our preferred way of doing this. And we bring it to you. We know they've done the work. We just got to close their portion of the work out.
So the lesson learned as we move forward, knowing that next time we have to do it differently. So, okay, is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. All right, if there is no further business, this meeting.
Ms.
I'm
Sheffield,
so
I move
sorry. Okay.
I move to approve consent agenda item 2H23.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Latham. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Latham, would you like to speak to that?
I would.
Mr. Miller?
I would. So I wanted this pulled really for a couple of reasons. One is when I originally read it, and then I looked at a previous annual expense of $31 million, an anticipated annual expense of $12 million. I went to, we're approving, we're kind of giving license to buy. And Dr. Burnett clarified for me that really what we're approving here is the vendors on the matrix. So the vendors on the next page are being recommended and will be utilized for peripherals, accessories, software, projectors, interactive products, printers, toners, et cetera, et cetera. And subsequently then, the staff provided to us kind of a breakout of if these products, which are listed, are purchased through these vendors that we'll approve tonight, where would the money come from? What's bond versus local and title money and that type of thing, and we receive that. So I'm comfortable with it, given that what we're approving is the vendor list that has gone through a normal vetting process that probably you all need to get some recognition for even being here this long, that you all helped put together. And then if there are items that are required to come to the board because of the purchase amount, they would come to us under a normal purchase process, correct?
Hopefully before we approve.
That's a great point. That's right. I think it would. So that I just wanted to bring it up for clarity that we're not, so nobody misunderstands that we're not approving $13 or $12 million here. We're approving a vendor list that has gone through a vetting process by the district, and the district would use those vendors to procure products and services going forward under the rules that exist today.
Yep.
Is that fair, Barbara?
Dr. Burnett, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think that's accurate.
All right. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That is unanimous, and that concludes the consent agenda, and I will work on my parliamentary procedure for next time. If there's no further business, the meeting is adjourned. The time is now 10:23. I should have stipulated that y'all